It's been a while. I know, it's been like a fucking 3 months since almost 3 months since the last live stream. How are we doing? How are we doing on this fine Tuesday afternoon? In the correct time zone, it's afternoon right now. So, we're gonna try something new. Why? Because if you're a good, smart person and you follow the Discord server, you will know that I didn't really like streaming, right? I didn't really like it. And I didn't like it because I felt like it really didn't accomplish anything for me. Like, it was several hours spent for basically nothing, right? So I realized the fix is to make streams to turn into videos. We're gonna have to VOD farm. That's the trick. How I didn't think about it before this is insane. Because really, it's the most obvious shit ever. Yeah, we love VOD farming. We love VOD farming. Let me go to the proper screen. There you go. We're gonna be using this screen from now on. We're gonna be using this screen. Wait, I don't have I don't have audio on the fucking emulator. Hold on. Hold on. There you go, you should hear the music now. There you go. Are you European? No, I am Italian. Yeah, exactly. You guys thought that the I was wrong videos, you thought that was like fucking content farming? You haven't seen anything. You have not seen anything. You know not the true depths of content farming. First of all, where is the chat? First of all, the chat is not showing up. It's supposed to be on the side, you know, where there's the black rectangle over there. But it's just not showing up. So there's just an empty chair on the other side of the screen. Oh, let me try changing the chat theme. Maybe that fixes it. I don't know. Just a bit misplaced. No, it's in the right spot. I'm looking at the fucking Streamer Labs layout here. It's just not showing. Hold on. Let me try setting it over. Let me try setting it up from scratch. Let me try setting it up from scratch. Let's see if it shows up now. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to cope and see. Oh, there you are. There you are, all at once. Showed up all at once. Okay, let me fix this. Here, quick. Is this the correct? Okay, that's definitely not the correct size for that. Hold on. Let's do 200. Okay, that's... Oh my god. Let's try Twitch. Maybe different style. Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay. There you are. There you are. There you go. Yeah, we're gonna be VOD farming. Stan knows. I told him on the Discord. You guys that follow the Discord already know that we're gonna be VOD farming. Let me start recording as well. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is Belone. the new Arknights operator in CN, the new brawler, or as the game likes to call them, fighters. Have you guys seen the showcases on YouTube? Have you guys seen the Storm video and the CL video? Let me bring it up real quick. So, this video. It's very funny because this video here is extremely unfair for Belone. And then you check the CL video, which is puts him up against a complete fodder. So on one side of the ring, in one corner, you have a CL who puts him against the LS4 slugs. And on the other corner of the ring, you have a Storm, which we're gonna see what this video puts him up against. I do want to say, Belone is the last name of Vigil. In case you guys didn't know that, Vigil's real name is Leontuzzo Belone, which means that Demetri took Vigil's last name. Now do with that information what you will. Do with that information whatever you want. So anyway, you're gonna see this video. It wasn't very well received. I think it's fine. I think it's a fine video. But it wasn't very well received, and the moment you start, you can see why. Like, what is this? Why are we putting the melee unit against Frostnova? Of course she's going to kill him. She's made to counter physical units. Then there's this one. In case you don't know, Belone skill 3 teleports on the enemy. He just teleports on the enemy tile. So we have him teleport on top of Patriot and immediately get destroyed. He gets annihilated instantly. Like, no shit. No shit. If you made him TP on top of a Patriot, he's gonna die. Like, no shit. Then, next up, to complete the triple deal, we have Tallulah. Now, in case you don't know, Belone's main way for survival, to stay alive, is dodge. He has 80% dodge. That's not nothing. However, Tallulah deals true damage, which completely bypasses the fucking dodge. It's like these bosses were hand-picked specifically to fuck this guy. Like, as you can see, the fire ticks are just completely ignoring his dodge. Then we have Mandragora, another unit that's made to directly counter melee units, because if you try to put a DPS on her, she's just gonna reduce their attack speed and kill them. So of course he gets annihilated. This is the first fair matchup. This is the first fair matchup. I think putting Belone against the Steam Knight is very fair. And as you can see, he's not really doing much. He's doing like a little more than half of his HP, and then gets nuked from orbit. Yeah, fucking Hydrogen Bomb versus Caffeine Baby, that's what these matchups are. Then against the Golem, which, if I remember correctly, has like insane defense stats. You get the idea. Next up we have the Shoe Boss, then we have these guys, which he just completely shreds without much issue. Then we have the Elites in chapter 13. On the other hand, complete opposite end of the spectrum, we have CL's video, which is the complete opposite. Puts him up against the Slug Wave. Skill 1 loses. Skill 2 manages to clear the slug wave. Skill 3. You know, not as easily as a skill 2. But he manages to clear the slug wave. So very impressive, 2026 operator is able to clear the LS4 slug wave. Next up we have Bishop Quintus, who I'm not even sure he does anything. Like, Bishop Quintus, I don't think he has mechanics, it's just an HP bar, quite literally. But he manages to kill him. He manages to kill him with skill 3. Then we have the same thing that Storm showed. And then we have Patriot. Turns out, if Belone doesn't teleport instantly onto Patriot's lance, he can actually do something. Turns out. He can actually, very slowly, you know, very steadily, kill Patriot phase 1, as expected of a modern operator. Like, Patriot has become the benchmark for every modern operator. If you can't kill Patriot, you're kinda trash ass. Now, let's go back to Storm's video. While yes, some of these matchups are pretty unfair, let's give Storm the benefit of the doubt. What I think he's showing here with Patriot, what I think he's trying to show is that if an enemy has any sort of threatening damage, then Belone is just gonna get murdered. You know? We can see it happen again on the Shoe boss. All this boss does not have mechanics. All he does is deal a lot of damage. And despite the dodge, he still got killed. So, what are we trying to show with this video? We're trying to show that Belone skill 3 has a very major weakness. And that weakness is that he teleports on top of the enemy. Okay, maybe he was trolling, Theo, maybe he was trolling, but even if this is purposeful trolling, we can extrapolate something out of it. In this case, we can extrapolate that one of the major weakness of skill 3 is that he teleports on top of the enemy, and so the enemy can just kill him instantly. Not just that, his damage is really not that impressive. We're gonna see here, his damage is really not that impressive. He's taking a little bit, to kill these shield guards. When, you know, you could use Muinar here, for example. You could use Muinar instead. Exactly, I was gonna say that. What I think is the real strength of Belone is skill 2. Skill 2 is the real sleeper pick here. Let me bring up the Terra wiki. It's not updated, but we have the skill descriptions. Skill 2 expands the attack range, increases attack speed, and deals physical damage to multiple targets. Then the Talent 1 stack limit increases. Talent 1 is defense shred. He gets to shred defense in percentage. Now, that is very good. This is why I think Belone is probably gonna be better than Mountain and Chongyue. Probably. At least for, like, a casual play. At least for casuals, it's gonna be better. I don't think we're gonna see him in high-end content like IS or CC, but I could be wrong. He has defense shred in percentage. As we all know, defense acts as a subtraction. Your damage minus the enemy defense equals the final damage that you deal. There's operators like Chen Alter who have defense shred, but it's a flat defense shred. She removes like 200 defense, which to begin with is really nothing. But then you add on top that it doesn't scale with the enemy's defense, meaning that at a certain point it becomes completely worthless. Yeah, don't worry, I have the translated kit with the numbers. I have the kit with the numbers, don't worry. Now, skill 2, instead of 5 stacks, which with the module 3 is a 40% defense reduction, by the way, 40% defense reduction just out the gate, and then with skill 2, he goes up to 64% defense shred, which is higher than Shamare. By the way, Shamare, like the premier defense shred unit, Belone beats her out by 14%. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. That is still something good that he can do. So what I think is happening here, at least for day 1, because he just fucking released, for day 1 at least, skill 3 is kind of a noob trap. Skill 3 is kind of a noob trap. It has a lot of weaknesses. It's basically just an elite killer because any boss is just gonna toss him into the fucking sun the moment he teleports on top of them. Skill 2 is the really good skill here. Both because it deals good damage. You know, it can kill Patriot, I think. Like, with skill 2, he can kill Patriot, he can kill the Shoe event boss. But also because he makes him a dedicated elite killer. No, I'm fucking stupid. And also because it makes him a dedicated defense shred. There you go. Dedicated defense shred operator, akin to Shamare, but even better by 14%. Elite killer is a complete cope niche, by the way. If we wanna talk about elite killers, that's a complete cope of a niche. Because boss killers can just elite kill as well. So it's a complete... Elite killers are boss killers that didn't try hard enough. How many people actually use Ulpiano's skill 3 over his skill 2? Ulpiano's skill 3 is amazing. I don't know what you're talking about. It can lane hold, it can boss kill in IS, it has a lot of shenanigans. So basically he's a skip, depends. If you're a new player, he's not a bad pickup. I don't think he's bad to pick up if you're a new player. But if you're a more experienced player that already has a full roster of operators, which are lane holders and your boss killers, he doesn't really add anything to your roster, unless you want a dedicated defense shred operator, because if I'm not mistaken, he is the best defense shred in the game. If I'm not mistaken, Belone with a skill 2 is the best defense shred in the game. And so yeah, if you're a new player, you should roll on the Silver Shelter banner. That is an insane banner. It's so good for new players. You get a Silver Shelter, which, by the way, Silver Shelter, he's Ines, Myrtle, and Bagpipe all at once. Like, they took everything good about what a Vanguard could possibly be, and they stuffed it into Silver Shelter. It's insane. And he has his own gimmicks on top as well. So you get Ines, Bagpipe, and Myrtle all shoved in one unit with additional niches on top. So Silver Shelter is fucking insane. You also get Pramanix Altar, which is the best AFK caster in the game, with a skill 2. She's the best AFK caster in the game, which is very valuable. Pramanix Altar skill 2 can straight up solo a lot of stages, because her snow tiles spread globally. He's not a pure damage operator. YouTube user thick as fuck soup. Dimitri is not a pure damage operator. He is the best defense shred in the game. And this is not a defense ignore. This is not a defense ignore. This is a defense debuff. Other operators can make use of Belone's debuff. Belone can debuff by 64%, and then another physical operator, like Ray, can make use of that debuff. Did we already go over X2 Altar? Okay, no, right now we're talking about Belone. We haven't even started with the with the thread. We haven't even started. Yeah, I think he's gonna shape up to be more of a support operator, just because of the insane defense shred. I can also see him being kinda good in IS, maybe not like max difficulty IS, but you know, difficulty 10. He could be great with dodge relics, for example, because he already has really high dodge, so you just stack on top of that and he's basically untouchable. How bad is the name change? No, I explained it, Totov. Belone is actually Vigil's last name. Vigil's real name is Leontuzzo Belone, so here Demetria took Vigil's last name. It's peak yaoi. It's peak yaoi. Yeah, hashtag yaoi. All in all, I think Belone is a good unit. I think, especially with skill 2, he's very comfortably above average. With skill 3, he's gimmicky and I guess kind of a fun operator, but still very flawed as a skill. And he has the best defense debuff in the game right now. I'm not sure about universally good, because in high-end content you just use elemental damage, right? In high-end content, when the stats get really insane, you use Kyobi, and you use elemental damage, so Tragodia, you, Laplan Alter, Arturia. You know, I'm not sure how useful this is gonna be, really. But it has a use, still. There is a use which exists. Is Belone that fun to justify pulling? Probably. Not for me. Like, I don't think a skill 3 is that fun, but it's a little fun. You know, it's a little fun seeing him zap around the map. But I don't think I'm gonna pull him. I think... Is Belone fun but mid, or fun and actually good? Depends what we define good. He's good. He's actually good, but he's not meta. That's the thing. He's very, very far from the meta. Does he survive AK skill 3? I would assume so, because he can dodge the damage. He has 80% dodge. He can dodge the AK hits. What about skill 2? As I said, this is his best skill. By far. Skill 2 is his best skill by far. It's like actually good. That's what I mean. He's fun and he's actually a very good, comfortably above average unit. It's just a skill 3 that is kind of a noob trap. Very gimmicky, very flawed. What is Represa's niche? Oh my god, I want to talk about Represa. Look at this shit. Represa's niche... Where the fuck are her skills? Okay. Represa's niche is that she expands her AoE. That's her niche. She gets more AoE, and depending on the amount of enemies she hits, she deals more damage. Now, I want to bring your attention to something. Represa is just 5-star catapult. She's the catapult power creep in the big 26. In the big year 2026, she's the catapult power creep. Like, at long last, true, at long last, catapult fans are eating good. She's not a 6-star, she's a 5-star. So, you know, that explains why she's a complete dog shit, because she's a 5-star splash caster. What else do you need to know? She's a 5-star splash caster. She was dead on arrival. Like... Okay, that was the Belone segment. We have concluded the Belone segment. I don't think there's much else to say about him. I don't think there's much else to say about him. Now, what this stream is actually for. In recent times, I have been very vocal that I don't really like reading the comments anymore, because they're just sort of unfunny, and there's some guy who installed the game last week and thinks he knows everything about the meta coming into my comments, being like, oh, SUPAH, why are you using Oshiguma like a DPS? She's a defender, don't you know? So I thought, what better way than to monetize the comments? Why not make the comments into content? You know? Kills two birds with one stone. I get to read the comments, you get to feel special because I'm reading your comments, and I get content, infinite content glitch. You guys thought that the I was wrong videos were content farming? You have not seen the beginning of it. You have no idea. Anyway, I asked, who do you think is the best designed operator in the original Arknights? I'm not talking about power level, per se. Just who do you think has the best kit? Best designed kit? My answer, beside Wishadel, which that's a whole different thing, you're gonna see it in the new video that's coming out. My answer is Tragodia. The main reason I believe Tragodia is really good is because he has really simple and intuitive, easy to pick up effects, but at the same time, they have a wealth of depth you can get into. There is so much you can do with the cat, with the cages of chaos. You can get really creative. Not just that, it's also really good. And I like winning. I generally like playing the meta. Like, I generally don't get bored playing the meta. So he's great for me. Let's see what you people had to say. And immediately, the first comment makes me regret ever asking this. Ethan, you were never escaping the blue chameleon. Here's the thing. Ethan is really good, but I don't think Ethan is well designed. I don't think Ethan is a well-designed operator, because while he is strong, it's just really jacked numbers. He has like 84% chance to bind on like a 56% uptime. That's not a good kit design, that's just jacked as fuck numbers, you know? An ambusher that is well designed is Ascalon. Because Ascalon has a lot of parts that go into what makes her as good as she is. It's not just jacked numbers. There you go. What do you define as a good operator designer? Personally, it's an operator that has a lot of moving parts in how they work. An operator which is interesting to discuss the intricacies of, or an operator which translates the character personality, the character story, into gameplay. That's also very interesting, also very well designed. Yes, a good operator with very well oiled cogs. This user says, "This is probably an odd choice, but I'm gonna go with Blemishine. I like how she's a healing defender because she was trying to follow in her sister's footsteps, but then she's also designed to be an offensive take on the archetype that distinguishes her from everyone else in the class. Also, I think she might be one of the M9 worthiest operators in the game, not because she has 3 skills that are all meta, but because each of her skills fills an actual niche while also having some sort of downside compared to her other skills, meaning there is an actual trade-off in choosing which one to use. Everything about her design just feels coherent and purposeful even if she's not really the strongest." I think Blemishine is a very good pick. This is what I meant when I said that it's a good design when the operator kit translates the operator's story and personality into gameplay. So, for example, Blemishine's entire character is about shining, is about being a blemish on her family, knowing that, and still going further with it, still embracing that. Both in following in Nerl's footsteps, so she's a healing defender, and doing her own thing, so she is an offensive take on the archetype, also because she's a knight. You know, she's not really a medic, she's not really a healer, a protector like the other healing defenders. She's a knight, so it fits well with that as well. So Blemishine is a very good choice. Another thing that you're gonna see often in this comment section is people saying that 3 usable things are... oh my god. Something you're gonna see a lot in this comment section is people saying that 3 usable skills, 3 skills which are all good in their own merit and fulfill different niches, that is a good example of a good operator kit design. And I can agree with that, right? Because it's kind of boring an operator like Muinar, where you only ever use skill 3, right? It gets boring. It's way more fun, it's way more well designed, it's more cohesive when an operator gets to have 3 skills with 3 distinct niches. Like Wishadel, I'm not gonna say it, you know, Wishadel kinda does that, you know? Ines is pretty crazy, so damn useful, she's in a class of her own. Here's the thing with Ines, is that Silver Ash Alter exists now. And Silver Ash Alter is basically just Ines mixed with Myrtle, mixed with Bagpipe, with his own niches on top of that. So everything that Ines has, Silver Ash has as well, and so much more. Yes, Silver Ash Alter can generate good DP, very, very good DP. So, while I do think that Ines is a well-designed operator, that by default also makes Silver Ash good, right? That's true, Silver Ash doesn't have bind. Silver Ash doesn't have bind, that's the one thing. That's the one thing that Silver Ash doesn't have, it's bind. My choice for this for a while has been Narantuya. She's not the strongest, but for what she does, all 3 of her skills are really good with their own niches. Her talents make incredibly reliable as a dodge tank. She's just a super reliable unit, in my opinion. Again, that's what I was saying, that if an operator has 3 usable skills with distinct niches, that kind of by default seems to make them well-designed in the eyes of the general player base, it appears. I've gotten a lot of comments that say that. No, Silver Ash has invisible removal. Silver Ash Alter has invis removal. He has that as well. Yeah, they gave him invis removal as well. I want to move really quickly to the Twitter post, because I asked this on Twitter as well. There is some answers that I wanna look from the Twitter post. We have a plus minus saying Ebenhots. First of all, I wanna congratulate Plus Minus. I am very glad that he didn't say something like, oh, SUPAH, it's Eunectis because I want to lick her feet and suck her toes. I know that must have taken a lot of restraint from Plus Minus. Ebenholz is a very strange choice because I feel he is the opposite of well-designed, but in a very unique way, right? Because let me pull up Arknights. Ebenholz has a lot of moving parts. He has a very intricate kit. However, unlike operators like Wishadel, where every part of the kit works together to make her the powerhouse that she is, for Ebenholz, it's like every part of his kit works together to make him damn near unusable. Like, actually almost non-functional. So, like, that's not what I want to click. So, like, what does Ebenholz want to do? Ebenholz wants to one-shot. That's his gimmick. If Ebenholz can't one-shot, then his entire kit falls apart. Yet, what do we have? Very meager attack boost, 65%. I get it's because Mystic Caster build up stacks, but still, very meager attack boost. And only targets elite or boss enemies, and doesn't have any other filter. A Mystic Caster needs a sort of filter so that they don't waste their stacks on any bum-ass enemy. And in theory, this is a filter. He only targets elite and bosses. However, after the first shot, which will not one-shot, he's just gonna pepper the enemy with little attacks that don't do anything. I don't know why Hypergriff is scared to make a Mystic Caster that just only attacks when they are at full stacks. He works better with buffers, that's true, he works better with buffers. I suppose you win this one, Lowlight. Then we have Skill 2. Skill 2 is such a unique example of a skill that does everything to go against itself. So, what does this skill do? On a cooldown of 14 SP, he is going to spend all of his charges to spawn some little goat summons. These goat summons are going to explode when an enemy goes over them. So, for example, let's say he accumulates 5 stacks, activates skill 2, that spawns 5 goats. Now, this skill has millions of issues. First of all, the cooldown. This is extremely unreliable. This should be a cooldown of like 3 SP, at most. At most, 3 SP. I get the idea, right? The idea behind the cooldown is that they want him to build up stacks to use them all at once. The issue is that the goat summons don't have a filter. This means that, unlike skill 3, the goat summons are gonna get triggered by fucking Originium slugs just walking by. You're gonna have a poor reunion chud walk by, and he's gonna trigger the entire minefield, you know? Then there's the issue that the goats come directly from the charges. And the issue with that is that if Ebenholz is attacking, then he's not building charges. This means that if you have an enemy in range, every 14 SP he is going to make 1 goat. And not just that, he's going to not attack to make a goat. The goat summon replaces one of his attacks. But that's not even all there is to it. For some reason, the goat pulls. They have like a shift strength for some reason. So what that means, sometimes if you put him in front of the blue box, the goat can pull the enemy into the blue box. Doesn't happen very often, but it's funny that it can happen. What it also means is that the goats are gonna pull the enemies into each other. So, for example, if the first goat removes like 3/4 of the enemy's health, that goat is going to pull the enemy towards like 3 more goats that are gonna get wasted because the enemy was already at low HP. Then there's the fact that the skill is auto. Some of you in chat said that. That's really fucking stupid. That's so stupid that the skill is auto. Because if the intention is to build up stacks to summon 1 billion goats at once, then you should let us activate it manually. It's just... Ebenhots is a masterclass in the most anti-synergistic kit I've ever seen, perhaps, in the game. Like, the only competition he has is Eunectes. That's his only competition. Where is she? It's Eunectes. That's the only operator that even comes close to the level of self-sabotage of Ebenhots. And that's... do you guys know that with Module Y she becomes worse? Like, straight up. With Module Y, Eunectes becomes worse. I think she's the only operator in the game that gets worse with a module. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she's the only one that gets worse if you equip a module. The other reply that I wanted to take a look at from the Twitter post, not Myrtle, not Laios, definitely not fucking Laios, definitely not Laios, it's Mantra. Mantra is a very good pick. Mantra is a really good pick when it comes to a well-designed operator. Why? Because Mantra fixes the main issue with primal casters while still being a good unit, but also maintaining the load-bearing weakness of primal casters. Now, what is the load-bearing weakness of primal casters? It's the fact that they are reliant on other units. They are incredibly tied to someone else as operators. That is intentional, that is a gimmick of the class. Now, Mantra is also very much reliant on others with skill 3. Let's bring up skill 3 real quick. Let's bring up Mantra skill 3 real quick. As you will see, Mantra skill 3 needs people to activate skills in her range. If this doesn't happen, if Mantra is just left on her own, her damage drops off a cliff. So she is inherently reliant on someone else. However, what did Mantra figure out that Blazealter could not? Whereas Blazealter was a very transparent attempt to introduce some sort of Hoyo-like monetization with premium supports for the premium DPSs, Mantra works with damn near half the fucking game. Let's say like Mei skill 1, Gummy skill 1, Chongye skill 3, Saga skill 2 if you wanted to, Gavial skill 1, fucking Saria skill 2. She works with so many different skills, so basically any skill that has a short SP cost. Which means, not only is it very easy to pair mantra with someone else, but you can get very creative with it. It's very versatile what you can do with it. It's not a synergy that locks you into just one strategy, like Blaze Alter, which can only DPS and she's not even the best at it. True, actually, Nick from chat, just keep swapping Mountain's state, true. Fucking Mountain swap stance meta, true. Let's go back to the YouTube post. I was surprised to see a lot of people mention Jessica Alter. I was very surprised to see people mention Jessica Alter. There is at least 4 people that did. And it's pretty fair. You know what? Fair enough. Now that you've enlightened me, fair enough. Let me drink real quick. You know, let me hydrate real quick. For me, it's gotta be Jessica the Liberated. Firstly, her skills, so they don't feel like copies of each other, and they all have unique applications. Skill 1 for set and forget lane holding, Skill 2 for anti-air, chaff clear, and shenanigans with the dodge relics in IS, and Skill 3 for bursts of damage, a solid stun, and just being a wall of stats that elites and bosses can't get past easily. Secondly, the way she is designed feels unique. They could have made her a sniper caster guard that does a million billion damage so that YouTubers could make a video of her two-shotting Patriot, but instead they made her an extremely versatile defender that can fill roles in both casual and high-level play and slots perfectly in almost any team comp. Thirdly, Jessica is everything that an alter operator should be. She isn't the same class as the old Jessica, so it doesn't feel redundant, but her design and kit take inspiration from the original, so she doesn't feel like a completely different character. Also, they did a great job with her lore and personality. They could have easily turned Jessica into a stoic, unfeeling badass that doesn't look at explosions, but they didn't. It's nice to see that after all these years, Jessica is still an emotionally vulnerable soul who sometimes needs to sit down and have a good cry after a tough battle. She really is the gold standard for good operator and alter design. Every time an alter gets released, I can't help but compare them to Jessica. This is just a fact. This is pure facts. This man is fluent in truth. Out of every language in the world, they chose to speak straight heat. Jessica kind of encompasses everything that good design for an operator should be. All 3 of her skills are unique and have different niches, which are viable and useful. She has a unique mechanic with the shield, which both changes her direction and functions as an aggro tank that gives her SP, so there's some layers of strategy there. Not just that, she's also a very good example of translating a character into gameplay. It's amazing all around. It's amazing all around. The only correct answer is Capper. You mean Caper, Storm? You mean Caper? Storm, you need to watch back the video. We roasted your Belone video at the start of the stream. If that's what you if that's what you want to watch, rewind the VOD. Lazy Alter would be my pick, for all 3 of her skills are solid in different situations and the lift-off mechanic is pretty cool. She also has disarm to cover for the frames she's on the ground. For skill 1, overall solid, I'd say. I wanted to glaze Caper. Oh my god, I can't fucking pronounce Caper's name. Yeah, Caper is cool because she's a loop shooter. Like, if you're a loop shooter, that's like inherently cool. That's like inherently a cool design. If you're a loop shooter. Unless you're Bridget. Unless you're Brigid, because Brigid is kinda lame, actually. You didn't hear that from me, though. You didn't hear that from me. Okay, let me bring up the post. So we have this guy saying lazy altar. I think lazy squeaks it out because there is a lot of intent in her kit. It's very intentional with how skill 2 is for wide open areas, skill 3 is for little nooks and crannies, skill 1 you can do some really funky shit trying not to get her hit. It's really fun to play around with. And it's a nasty upscale. Lazy Altar skill 3 is a nasty upscale. In case you guys didn't know, the nasty custom tile works with Lazy Altar skill 3. And we always love a good nasty upscale. Deep color. Her tentacles are very well designed in the fact that they fit perfectly in my intestinal system. Yeah, true. So true though. No lie detected. No lies detected. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's talking about Raidian. I'm not sure if Raidian is well designed. I'm not sure if Raidian counts as an example of good design. She's very versatile, she's very strong, but at the end of the day, it's just a summoner with very strong summons. The closest I would get is with skill 3, with the fact that the summons can bounce off of each other. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool, unique gimmick. But I don't know if I would count Raidian. Maybe in IS-6. Maybe Raidian in IS-6 specifically, we could count. Yeah, Raidian is an industry plant for IS-6, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's literally an IS-6... she's literally an industry plant with how they made her basically mandatory in IS-6. Lemwen is very well designed IMO. All 3 skills have legitimate uses, both talents are essential parts of her kit, she has a useful and fun synergy with the other Laterano operators, and she has multiple methods of dealing with the downsides of the Deadeye trait that require legitimate skill to utilize while not completely eliminating any possible drawback like so many 6 stars tend to. My opinion on Lemwen, I really like her range extension synergy that she has with the Laterano operators because it's so versatile and it's so useful. That range extension can change a strategy completely. Like, you can make a whole clear based off the range extension. I did that in CCB4 for a daily stage. It was all clearable thanks to Lemwen's synergy with Laterano. And it's very, as I said, very versatile. Did you know Archetto counts? Did you know Arturia counts? Did you know the original Exia counts? I'm pretty sure Fiammetta counts as well. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Fiammetta counts as well. Plume counts. Yes, Plume counts as well. I don't know who the fuck is using Plume to synergize with Lemwen, but yes, Plume counts. Also, the strongest sniper. I don't know about the strongest, buddy. Or I don't know about the strongest sniper. I'd say Saria, mostly because she does her job, she's supposed to do very well, and her 3 skills serve different purposes. Okay, buddy, just because an operator has 3 different skills which are useful, that doesn't automatically make them like a well-designed operator. Saria is just very simple, like she doesn't really have anything going on. She has the SP synergy with skill 2, right? Skill 2 and the SP talent, those synergize pretty well. But outside of that, she's just a very, very simple healing defender. Weedy, her job is to push things and be the undisputed queen of shift jank. Each skill has a use case, and her water cannon is one of the most flexible pseudo-summons because of her SP passive. Skill 1 has extra utility as a consistent multi-target stun, which only got directly power-crept by Hodler. Skill 2 is lane holding, but is limited by enemy weight, instead of any other stat like every other lane holder. And Skill 3 has true damage, distance scaling damage, the largest shift force in the game, shift compounding with the double shot with her cannon, and can just be a generic burst damage with clear if nothing else is needed. I feel like the best way you can prove that Weedy is a very well-designed operator is that she keeps showing up in CC. Even more recently, maybe not in the optimize max risk clears, right? But even recently, she keeps showing up in high risk CC. This is gonna be like some really old head stuff, but Weedy skill 1 was used in CC4, the original CC4, not CCB4, to perma-stun the golems. I'm not sure if any of you remember that. Skill 2 for lane holding was just amazing, because if you can lane hold with skill 2, that's just a perma-stall. And skill 3 just breaks a lot of stages, because you shift enemies around, you just kill them with true damage. Enemy displacement is one of the strongest tools in the game. Yeah, the Unks remember that we had to use Weedy skill 1 in a CC4 to perma-stall the golems. Yeah, elite ball knowledge. Jokes aside, I personally think Quora is a decently designed. She's the epitome of a defender with a high defense and a skill 2 that makes her more of a wall to stall enemies. Okay, but by this logic, isn't Cement even better designed? Isn't she even better designed than Cement with skill 2? If the barrier to entry for being a well-designed operator is being a wall, then, like, Cement is the best designed operator in the game. Cement is a bad joke? I don't know. Cement is pretty cool, Cement. She has the highest defense in the game. Like, technically speaking, Cement is the best tank in the game. Technically, because we know that Ulpianus is a better tank in practice. But on paper, Cement is the best tank, because she has the highest defense in the game. Yeah, concrete beats paper, that's true. Saiko, Probable, has the best collab operator design. Pretty good on her own, while also having fun synergies with her band of misfits. Here's my hot take. Sakiko is a genuinely good example of synergy in Arknights. None of you expected me to say that. Sakiko is genuinely a good example of a synergistic operator in Arknights. Why? Because the synergy, when it comes to Sakiko, it adds on top of a complete kit and allows new avenues for strategy. However, the other Ave Mujica units are very, very bad examples of synergy in Arknights, despite the fact that they are in the same faction and part of the same synergy. Sakiko is a very good example, while the 5 stars are a very bad example. Because while Sakiko adds on top of a complete kit, the 5 stars work through this Exodia-esque synergy And they're completely trash-ass otherwise, except like Wakaba, you know, Mutsuri. She's alright, she's pretty mid, but everyone else, without the Exodia synergy, like, what are you even doing? Oh my god, this guy brought up a fucking Abyssal Hunter. Okay, I'm gonna refill my water bottle. Then, we're gonna read the Gladia comment. We're gonna read the Gladia comment after I refill my water bottle. I will return. Okay, I took a sip of water and it went straight to my lungs. Straight down my lungs. Oh my god. Kiresuna, you can rewind the VOD. We had like a whole 10-15 minute segment on Belone. You can rewind the VOD. You know, I had so many fucking people in the comments being like, oh, well, everything revolves around Sakiko and the others can't do anything without Sakiko. That's just lore accurate. I don't even know if it is. I didn't even watch the anime. I'm not watching your 6.5 out of 10 slice of life anime. It's not lore accurate. It's not even lore accurate. I had like half of the fucking comment section make that joke. And you're telling me it's not even fucking lore accurate? No, synergistic, being synergistic does not mean a good design. Alright, let's read the Gladia comment. Gladia is a really well thought out operator and probably the best way to design a Hookmaster. Gladia's talent gives her survivability with continuous HP regen, which allows her to survive enemies' damage more easily. Her module gives her another layer of survivability. Okay, wait. Is this just describing what Gladia does? She is designed to be more suited than the other Hookmasters to go on melee tiles and take damage from enemies. It was one of the many flaws with the archetype. Pulling enemies towards make them really vulnerable, especially due... Okay, I see what you're going. Fair then. We can say that Gladia has survivability, which is a direct way to address the weakness of Hookmasters, that being they pull the enemy to themselves and then they just die. The survivability means that Gladia can pull enemies and then kill them, and then survive pulling them to her. I see what he's cooking, but you're not meant to use... I see what he's cooking, but you're not meant to use Hookmasters as guards. That's the thing. This is less fixing Hookmasters and more so making a Hookmaster that's a guard. Because you're not supposed to use Hookmasters as lane holder. As lane holders. You know? Okay, I don't know what this guy was cooking. I don't know what he was cooking. I vote for Muelsies. Okay, good choice. Even if I even if I can't remember how to spell her name, I love that she is so versatile on her summon. It is a sack of stats with a range profile. However, she draws so much more out of them. If it is ranged, she can summon clones, which can bait attacks and of course multiply her damage. Fun fact, she was used in a CCB3 Max Risk to bait out the lasers. So that's an example of what the user is saying. The melee ones steal stats and become even tankier over time. Then her skills help her with versatile control, damage and healing. All of this, and she also influences team building. Many units aren't good despite high stats, and just as many are great despite poor stats. She is very fun to use on top of everything else. That's fair. Moelsi is a very great operator. Just by her presence in the squad, that will change how you think about the stage, that will change how you think about your team. I didn't see the Moelsi's synergy. No. I didn't see Silver Ash and Moelsi's synergy. I saw the Ulpianus synergy, because that's the popular one. OG 5-star Spectre, what are we talking about? Why are the Abyssal Hunter fans trying to come into my comment section and be like, SUPAH, you see, Skadi, I know she might seem like a statistic and nothing else, but did you consider the fact she has a cool talent? Huh? Like, my guy, what are we saying? Radian, we talked about Radian. I've been a Meyer fan since day one. Her amiibos can either provide massive stackable burst damage, plus long stance... Okay. Massive is a bit of a word choice here. Or immense tankiness to keep lanes busy. Again, immense is kind of a big word here. I feel like we're gassing up Meyer a little too much. You know what else is massive? She's one of the only OG 5-stars that can solo stages, and she has never left my squad. Okay, I think we're gassing up Meyer a little too much. I say Lin. I don't know about Lin, but I will say that her talent is cool. Lin has a very cool talent with the damage negation. That damage below a certain threshold just gets negated. Podenko is so good she made 2 entire archetypes. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny that Podenko on skill 1 is an Abjurer, and Podenko on skill 2 is an Alchemist. That's kind of funny, right? That a launch 4-star kind of predicted 2 future archetypes. For all she's memed on, I think Viviana is really nicely designed. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm not even gonna read the rest of it. Viviana, well designed. Okay, so on release, Viviana was a fucking elite killer, a fucking Astasia power creep. She released in 2024 as an Astasia power creep. And the main issue with Viviana is that her kit is completely detached from her character. You could give her kit to anyone and it wouldn't change. Like, that was the main issue. Viviana had an established kit, she had an established lore, and then her kit is just something else entirely. It's just a shitty arts guard that can't even kill Jesselton without the burn module. Nowadays, with the burn module, sure, she's better. I wouldn't say she's well designed, though. There's the thing with the shields, sure, there's the thing with the shields that if she hits an elite, if she hits a boss, she gains shields to keep her alive and continue killing the boss. But that's hardly good design, especially if we consider how she released. Not Gummy Glazing, you've changed. I mean, what's there to say that I haven't said in the dedicated video? I have like a 9-minute video on just Gummy, so you can go watch that if you want. Cruz the Keen Glint is really well designed. She's strong in like every IS, has utility against a million different enemies, synergies with many different relics, etc. Do we count IS if an operator synergizes really well with IS as a mode? Do we count that as good design? If it's just in IS. Yeah, I don't think Degen Breaker is also very well designed. I don't think Degen Breaker is all that. Well, I have someone saying no, don't count IS, someone else saying yes, count IS. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Okay, what Haz is saying, that's fair enough. For Cruz the Keen Glint, the reasons she's good in IS is also why she's good in the base game. The thing with Degen is that she's just a DPS statistic. She's not a sword master. She has nothing that would make you say, oh, this is a master of the swords, beside the fact that she literally uses a sword as her weapon. Monstra, kill that guy. Not especially in terms of balance, but Monstra is probably one of the best operators in the game just due to how fun she is to use. For me, at the best operators will change the way I approach and plan out stages. For example, when using Lemon with her skill 2, I'd often stop to consider who is Lateran on my team so I can max out the usage if wanted. I might space out my ops so I can cover as much space as possible, or place her farther back in safety while using a sacrificial heli drop with Confess or the Blender to mark a boss, and then let her burst down from safety. Monstra, partially due to her identity as a chain medic, but mostly due to her pylon. While using her, I often find myself considering the pros and cons of different operators' placement while trying to balance out the regular healing she gets off skill and the burst damage from her skill S3 on skill, as well as where if to place the pylon while she is on skill to cut down on downtime as much as possible. Okay, ignoring the fact I had a little bit of a stroke, and ignoring the fact we went on a whole tangent about Lemon, which was completely unrelated, I do agree that Monstra is one of the best designed operators as well. I think Monstra, like Mantra, addresses the main weakness of her archetype in a way that is very cool and makes you engage with the game. So, her pylon, her crystal, it constantly loses HP, it can only be healed by her, it helps with the bounces, it charges her skills. There is a lot going on in just that little summon. It fixes her archetype completely, it allows her to use the advantages of the archetype reliably, it gives layers to the fact that she's an offensive recovery unit. There's a lot going on with it. It also forces you to engage with the game. So I do agree on that. I do agree that Monstra is a very well-designed operator. Calcit better designed than Monstra? I don't know about that. Calcit has a summon, and you're incentivized to place the summon in her range. I'm not sure if that's, like, good design. Someone else saying Jessica Alter, we already went. Monster and Teresa. Buddy, that's not Teresa, buddy. Buddy, I don't know. Buddy, I don't know how to tell you. That's not Teresa, little bro. I hate to break it to you like that. I gotta go for Eblana. She's both fun to play and balanced. Both has strong sides and weak sides. I don't have much to write here. I just like summoners and Eblana is my favorite among them. Eblana is well designed in the way that you have to really engage with her mechanics to make her work. You have to plan out where the enemy dies so that the big summon can spawn. You have to plan out when to activate her skill tree to kill enemies and suck the smaller summons into the big summon. There's a lot going on. It's not just Unga Boonga, put down the big summon and win the stage. There is a fair amount of things going on with very clear weaknesses. Lack of control over the spawn location is poor quality of life. I don't know about that. I feel like the lack of control is an essential part of her design. Because if you could just designate a tile for the thing to spawn, that removes a whole step of her gameplay. A whole step of her gameplay is making sure that the first enemy dies in the appropriate position. If you could just designate the tile, you would lose part of her gameplay. I feel like not making the summon spawnable at will is part of why she's fun to play. Often your strategy revolves around their deployment. Yeah, I don't think that changes what I said. It makes the strat more interactive. It adds a layer. Yeah, if the summon fucks up, you just restart the clear. Yeah, but if it fucks up, that's kinda your fault, right? Because you didn't kill the enemy in the right tile. Unless it's something like there's a little slug that Eblana just kills immediately and you can't do anything about that. In that case, yeah, that's pretty frustrating if there's some really weak enemy that dies instantly. But even then, you can just remove the big summon. You can just retreat the big summon and try with the next enemy. You know? Who is this? Maybe it's on the biased side, but I said Mountain has a very good kit on him. Is that so, a YouTube user with a Mountain profile picture? Do you think it might be a little of a biased take? He makes the brawler archetype shine and fixes the problem by being very simple yet very effective with cheap DP cost, very good lane holding, heal, block, AoE attack boost, and very newbie friendly. Deploy with 5 seconds and finished, very unbelievably easy to use. You have him most of the time, you're gonna try to have more DPS oriented operator because he solved the lane holding problem. I can see what they mean. I don't think Mountain is a well-designed operator in general. I think Mountain is well-designed for the spot he occupies in the ecosystem of the game. What I mean is that he's very clearly meant as a new player unit. 100% Mountain is made for new players, and at that, if we look at him through that perspective, then yeah, he's very well designed. He achieves the purpose of being a new player unit extremely well. Yeah, I'm wondering, does anyone mention Exia Alter? Am I gonna have to mention Exia Alter myself? Exia Alter just because of skill tree, like that carries her entire kit. Skill tree is so insanely well designed. It's just... It's such a simple effect, just a revive, but it has so many creative applications, and it will keep getting more as new ground operators release. For example, now we have Hoshiguma Alter. In the future, we're gonna have something else that's incredibly busted to spawn in. Skill 2 is also pretty good. I like the attack speed steal on skill 2. I like the barrier and the attack speed steal. The attack speed steal means that you can't just place her anywhere and just fire off the skill like it's nothing. You have to think about who's getting their attack speed stolen. you know? I think that's a cool little minigame. I don't okay, if Exia could respawn ranged units, that breaks the game. Like, straight up, that breaks the game, because Arknights is a very ranged unit-heavy meta. If you look at the meta operators, most of them are ranged units. You have Wishadel, you have Exialter, you have Tragodia, you have, fuck it, let's include Lemwen, you have Laplanalter, you have Logos, you have Pramanix Alter. They're all ranged units. So if we ever get an Exialter skill tree for ranged units, that breaks the game. That completely breaks the game. Yeah, we have Wang as well, that's true. We have Wang now. Which, by the way, Wang is literally just Wishadel. Like, literally, his kit is just Wishadel, but without the things that make Wishadel cool. He's kind of a blend Wishadel. Especially because he deals arts damage. The main weakness, Wishadel's main weakness, the main balancing factor for Wishadel was the fact that she deals physical damage. That was an intentional choice by the developers intended as a weakness, because physical damage is very easy to stat check. Meanwhile, arts, since it works as a percentage, is way more difficult to stat check. He is Wishadel, but without Wishadel's main weakness. And also way more high maintenance. We already talked about Sakiko. 5th, we already talked about Sakiko. Where in the VOD, you're gonna have to find out. You're gonna have to rewind little by little until you go back to the Sakiko section. He has Resignor? Does he? Does he have Resignor? Hold on. Hold on, I need to fact check this. Because if he is Wishadel with Stat Ignore, that's insane. Oh my fucking god, he has. When a linked Weichi stone is activated, all other stones it is linked to in a straight line will deal 12% increased damage and ignore 10 res, stacking up to 3 times. That's fucking insane. No, it's not 10, Kami, it stacks up to 3 times. It goes up to 30. Oh, his module, is that the... Oh yeah, sure, the module buffs it as well. The module buffs it as well. It goes up to 36 now. It just goes up to 36 Resignor. What the fuck? Okay, so he's literally just Wishadel without Wishadel's main weakness. Wishadel had one balancing factor, and that's the fact that she got stat checked. And he doesn't. He does not get stat checked. That's why he's getting used in CC. In case you guys didn't see it, CN with private servers have been able to go back and replay CC with modern operators. Wang is fucking everywhere. He's in every max risk clear. And then yeah, you add shoes buff too? Oh my god, dude. I don't think he's the best operator in the game. Not quite. I don't think he can go up to like Tragodia or Exialter. But he's up there with Wishadel. He's up there with Wishadel. Yeah, he has a better Resignor than Sutra. That's true. That's true. Like, straight up, he has a better Resignor than Sutra. What? How much does Sutra have? Let me check real quick. 26. She has 26 or 28 with the potentials. And Wang has 36. He ignores 10 to 8 more resistance than Sutra. Which, okay, to be fair, we are comparing a year 2 operator with a year 7 operator. Maybe it's not the most fair of comparisons, you know? Maybe it's not super fair. Yeah, that's the thing with Wang soloing the Patriot stage. He can one-shot phase 2. Patriot phase 2. Because during the invulnerability phase, you know, when Patriot is invulnerable, he can just surround him with 15 traps, which all explode the moment that the invulnerability ends, and Patriot just gets completely vaporized. He becomes a shadow on the ground. Let's continue. I'll go with Ascalon. She has a pretty clear role of crowd control and damage. Depending on what skill you pick, she may serve as even more crowd control, or serve as a distraction for enemy fire via taunt and very... Am I stupid? Does Ascalon not have a reduced taunt? Am I stupid? Does Ascalon not have a reduced taunt? Oh, skill 3. Oh, skill 3. I never used the Ascalon skill 3. I'm gonna be so real with you. Never once in my life have I used this fucking skill. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. More likely to be attacked by enemies. Yeah, okay, increases it by 2. Okay, increases it by 2, okay. Bro, who uses Ascalon skill 3? Like, be so dead ass with me. Be so real with me. Who uses this skill? If I see more than 2 people, some of you are lying to me. Ifrit for sure. Her kit is pretty one note, but it makes sense. Okay, you know someone really understood the prompt when I asked who is the most well-designed operator, and he comes at me with her kit is pretty one note. You know someone that really understood the prompt when they start with that. I wouldn't say worst designed, but she doesn't have a particularly good design, right? She's just really cracked. She just has cracked as fuck numbers. Is really what it is. She has a lot of Resignor, she has even more Resignor, she has a really short cooldown with a really big attack buff, and defense shred, which it's there, I guess. It doesn't really do anything, but it exists, you know? Yeah, Ifrit stocks... Yeah, Ifrit is another nasty upscale. You know? We like nasty upscales. Technically has elemental damage, that's true. She has a delta module. Is Logos allowed? Yeah, Logos is pretty well designed. Logos is a pretty well designed unit. He does every cast... Again, not wanting to click that. Logos does every caster niche at the same time, and he is the best at it. The only thing he doesn't do is global damage, and that's why Lapland is meta, just because Lapland covers the one niche that Logos doesn't. Nasty is an Ifrit upscale. I guess they upscale each other. You know what? With Ifrit in particular, I guess they upscale each other. You know what's an operator that absolutely did not get saved by Nasty? I saw some people be like, oh, Nasty, you can make custom high ground tiles. That's great for Fartooth. You know? The Fartooth support. Clearly. Of course, of all the operators to use with Nasty, we're gonna use Fartooth. I mean, yeah, technically, Nasty is Fartooth support. Technically speaking, she's Fartooth support. I'm just saying, out of every operator you could use with Nasty, Fartooth is the worst one. Like, yeah, Schwartz is back. Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, you know what? True. Schwartz is pretty good with Nasty. This is what Fartooth wishes she could be. This is what Fartooth wishes she could be. She wishes she could be Schwartz. Let me check her defense strat real quick. She had the percentage death shred. She had the percentage death shred. That's crazy. She's like a year 1 operator. She's like a year 1 from Heart of Obsidian, the summer event. And she had a percentage defense shred already. Poziomka, I don't know about Posi. Her placements are so finicky that, yeah, Nasty helps. You know? Nasty helps a lot when it comes to Posi. Because you can spawn a whole new tile to put her on or put the typewriter on. But it's still so finicky to use Poziomka. And you only get 1 custom tile, right? If you could get 2, then yeah, this is insane Poziomka upscale. If you could get 2 custom tiles. But since you only get 1, it's still kinda eh. Yeah, no, Nasty doesn't help Typhon a lot. It's not very good on Typhon, mainly because Typhon has pseudo-global range on skill 3, and because she has a huge range of her own, you know. Given, Nasty is good for every ranged operator, because her custom tile, it gives a buff. The operator on the custom tile get a buff, if I'm not mistaken. So she's good with like every ranged operator by default. Okay, let's how does Nasty work for Osmontis? Not very. Let me tell you, not very. Okay, for me it's Mumu, we talked about Mumu. Quercus. Quercus, I think, is the best design. Edit, actually, Silver Shelter. For a moment, I was like, oh shit, we have an argument for Quercus, and then edit, actually, Silver Shelter. Project Red is a very well-designed operator that is able to either be cheap DPS for short term. Cheap DPS for what? To kill slugs? Like what are you using Project Red to DPS? Against the the fucking chapter 3 enemies? So deployment in a talent allows her to deal damage even to very high defense enemies. Having the only instant stun gives her a niche where Texas Alter is not always the better option. That's fair, that's fair. You know what? That's fair. That the instant stun on skill 2 could be marginally better than Texas in some situations. I can see that. I can see that. Actually, Dwight, YouTube user Dwight from VN6338. Stun immunity is not very common outside of bosses. Outside of bosses, it's not a very common immunity. Virtuosa, not broken because, you know, power creep, Tragodia. But all three of her skills are top tier designed. Skill 1 is more focused on AFK or quick burst versus the boss, so she needs to be high dropped and if enjoys that in certain scenarios more than Virtuosa skill 3. Skill 2 for global range at the cost of having 2 operators, Skelter S3 for example. Skill 3 for big AoE damage. Okay, I'm noticing a pattern. I'm noticing a pattern with some comments here where it's SUPAH, I think this operator is the best designed. Now, let me just explain to you what the operator does, you know? Yeah, it's just like necrosis is questionable, but sometimes it's good. Yeah, basically the only cool fact they shared, it's that sometimes Arturia skill 1 is better than skill 3 for Nymph. What is this? Okay, what is this? Well-designed operator is tough in a vacuum since there are so many... Okay, buddy, oh my god, Ethan is good design! Oh my god, buddy. Okay, this is another example of what I just described. SUPAH, here's a well-designed operator, and here's what she does. You know? I think Oshiguma Alter is very well-designed. She deals arts damage while her skill is activated. Like, is that the bar for good design? That an arts defender deals arts damage on skill? Is that the bar we're setting? Okay, I can, like, again, it's just explaining what she does. Just explaining what she does. Muinar is well designed. I don't know about Muinar. No. I mean, Muinar has some cool interactions with SP buffs, you know? And he has the aggro side of him. He can be an aggro tank, so I can see where they're coming from. With Muinar, I can see where they're coming from. He's not terrible, you know? He can be an aggro tank, he makes you think with SP buffs, because sometimes SP buffs are bad on him. There's a little bit of sauce, there's like a little droplet of sauce in his kit. It's not entirely bad. His talent is well designed, that's true. His talent is also well designed. And that's about it. Okay, Oshiguma Alter again. Oh, we have Chris! Didn't Chris change channels? Like, did he not change a channel? Yeah, he did. He's Sir Franis now. He was Sir Franis 3 months ago. He came back as Chris just to answer this question. What an honor. This is an interesting topic. I'll just say what I think, since that seems to be what you're looking for anyway. Yeah, that's the purpose of a question. I really like Lynn in terms of kit design. Her talents and skills all work together cohesively, and it's a character that gets your gears turning without being overly complex or overloaded. She performs extremely well in the right situations. Enemies that can break a barrier, situations where there are lots of little enemies to maximize skill tree explosions, multi-hit enemies that charge skill faster, and does mid/okay in environments that aren't well suited for her. To me, that's what Arknights is about at its core, figuring out which of your units performs the best against enemies and end stage has presented to you, which is something that I think is more and more lost in favor of characters that are good everywhere, but I digress. Yes and no. Yes and no. I feel like it's a 50-50 split, because on one hand, we have Wang. On one hand, we have that motherfucker Wang. On the other hand, we have Chen 3, we have the Chen Alter, which very much is only good in very specific circumstances and just kind of mid otherwise. Like what he's describing here is Chen Alter, is nasty, for example. There is example, even in modern years, in modern operators, of this happening, specialized operators that excel in specific situations. My only gripe with her is that her skill 1 and skill 2 are extremely underwhelming, although I love skill 2's design on paper, it's just extremely undertuned. Another character I like, and this is a biased and hot take, is Dusk after Mod Y. Yes, you have to put a lot of work to make her work and optimize her, but she's completely enemy and enemy path dependent with skill 3, which makes her feel fresh every time, and there are tons of little optimizations you can do that feel very rewarding and satisfying, without being too centralizing to your overall team. Yeah, she can deal physical damage, but if you pick Chen Alter, you pick her for the dragon. Like, deadass, there's no other reason you would ever pick Chen Alter. It's for the skill 3 dragon HP % damage. And for that, it's kind of mid, normally, but extremely powerful in certain specific circumstances. Flint. Okay, we have a guy championing for Flint. Her design is pretty simple. You deploy her at the start of the map for little DPS so she can fight dogs and other charge mobs, and then later in the map, when the hard-hitting elites show up, you use her for skill 2 in tandem with a DPS to take them out within 1 or 2 tiles. This does require prior map knowledge, and you're probably better off just using Ethan or even Silich, so most casual players will realistically never find a use for her. But she's a new take on fighter guards, and her kit does work. That's good game design. I guess conceptually, like on paper, that would be good design, yeah. Using the fact that brawlers attack very fast to give Flint a crowd control niche, that's kinda clever. That's kinda clever. That you're like, oh, if we attach a status effect to the fast brawler attacks, that should be a good way to apply that status effect. Even if in the meta it didn't really pan out, it's a pretty good game design on paper, yeah. Arknights, when she was released, she filled the perfect niche of high damage, insta-drop Dreadnought. All 3 of her skills were viable in some way and had some sort of utility inherent to them. I think I like Nerl Alter for skill 2. I think I like her for skill 2. Because it's a very unique heli drop. It's not like any other heli drop we have in the game. It doesn't take deployment slots, and it has an increased the deployment time, which means it has a specific use case, it has a specific niche, it has a very clear advantage and a very clear disadvantage, which does matter. Yeah, fucking Nerl's kit is more unique than her personality. That's true. I would go with Stainless and Nasty for the sheer versatility they bring to the team. Okay, I'll be real with you, chat. I've never used the Stainless. To me, Stainless feels like the most... this is an operator in Arknights operator in the game, you know? He's the most operator in the game. Like, I know he's pretty cool. Like, I would give him the Good Design Award. I would give him the Good Design Award, mainly because, as far as I know, all his turrets, all of his skills are very uniquely designed. They make you build your team in a specific way to accommodate for the turrets. especially skill 3, because you need to, you know, hit the turrets. How cooked is my Gota Astasia? Okay, think of it like this, okay? Viviana is a direct Astasia power creep, and Viviana kinda fucking sucks. So make of that what you will. Okay, we have another Gladia champion. The last guy that said Gladia kind of flopped, but let's see if this guy has it. All her skills are M3 worthy and serve a different purpose. Unlike other pullers, she can also work without holds as a pseudo-ranged guard. She's cheaper too. More damage dealt to low-weight enemies works great in that sub-role, but her mods are useful when enabling a whole way of playing and the other allowing for more pulling tech. I don't know if this is a good design, like, if we make a class function like another class, is that a good game design? If we make a hookmaster work in the way where she can be a lane holder, is that a good game design, or is that abandoning the original class? You know? I don't really know, it depends on how you do it. I guess it depends on how you go about it, because really Gladia, she's not really a hook master. She is just a lane holder, she is just kind of a guard, you know? You don't really use her to hook things. Hooking is just a side effect of her damage. What do you think about Ela? She's cool. I like Ela. I like Ela because you can deploy her on any tile. I think that's really... I don't want to say unique. I don't want to say unique because pushers, you can do that as well. Hookmasters, you can do that as well. But Ela uses that in a way that the hookmasters and the pushers don't, because hookmasters and pushers, they have to be able to be deployed everywhere, because otherwise you couldn't make use of certain holes. But for Ela, being deployable anywhere gives her different roles, like straight up. Ela on the ground with a skill 2, that's a lane holder now. You have a lane holder. Ela with a skill 3 on a high tile, that's the Ela you know and love, you know, sub DPS debuffer. Also, yeah, her traps are so much easier to use because they have a 3x3 around them. It's not like the other trap master where you need to step on them. They have a 3x3 around them, so it's a lot easier to use them. It's a lot more versatile, it's a lot more comfortable. I think Zuole, Lazy, Alter, and you are really well designed. Chinese bias. Either Fiammetta, she has an obvious weakness you have to play around, she isn't strong in every situation, but in the right situation she does her job perfectly, also Burb. Or Irene, her new cast 3 isn't just deployed with and profit due to it being offensive recovery, it had to be properly set up instead of just getting it for free. I don't know, this is kind of a misconception, right? Having a weakness to play around doesn't inherently make you good design. Like, look at Irene. I don't think Irene is very well designed. I think her skill 3 is kind of a mess. Irene's skill 3 is kind of a mess. Let me bring it up. Let me bring up Irene. Where is she? There she is. The thing with Irene's skill 3 is that, first of all, she hits random enemies, so that's one. Second of, she levitates for 4 seconds, and she deals good damage to the levitated enemy. However, the skill lasts longer than the levitate. There's gonna be like a full 2 seconds where the enemies aren't levitated, but she's still hitting. And then there's the fact that due to the random targeting, it could happen that she just doesn't hit the guy you want her to hit in the 4 seconds of the levitate. Just because someone has a weakness to work around, that doesn't mean they're a well-designed operator. Is Walter really a well-designed character? Yeah. Completely unironically, Wishadel is a well-designed operator. Completely unironically. A video is gonna come out tomorrow. A video is gonna come out. This video is gonna come out tomorrow, and I explain why Wishadel is a well-designed character. I explain why Wang is not very well-designed. And there's also something about Tragodia, I suppose. Tragodia is in here too. Do you think a module that fixes or changes skills would be good for the game? Well, yeah, depending on the operator. Depending on the operator, because some operator skills are just completely need a do-over, like Irene. Irene would need a module that changes skill tree. That changes the length of the levitate. Yuayue, the song is called Misty Memories. It's from Arknights, it's called Misty Memories. It's the background of this home profile here. There's no one talking about Civilite. There was one guy that talked about Civilite and called her Teresa. I don't really think Civilite is also that well designed. Skill tree is cool, with, you know, the balance of the HP among operators in range. That's a pretty cool effect. But, I don't know. Yeah, Misty Memories, that's what it's called. Would Irene be fixed with a module increasing levitate duration like the downstairs with the stun? No, actually, no, because read her skill. Read her skill. Oh, it specifies 4 seconds, which means a module would not help, because the skill specifies that it lasts 4 seconds. This means that not even a module like Crown Slayers, increasing the duration over levitate, would help, because skill 3 has a fixed duration. Let's continue. I have to kind of scroll now for a moment. Madrox's shield talent and its synergy with both skill 2 stun and skill 3 is pretty fire. What do you mean by that? Do you mean like the shield breaks and that achieves an effect, and with a skill 3 during the time she's charging she builds up shields to use? Is that what you mean by that? Amiya Medic, hear me out. Okay, I'll hear you out. Let's see what this guy has to say about Amiya Medic. Her numbers are weird in places, but she's a free 5-star. But her kit has a lot of surprising play. It makes sense while she increases stats, her talent lets her go around the usual incantation problem of not healing without attacking. SP cost is silly, but so is the timer. And she does heal for a percent, including unhealable characters. Access to true damage on skill 2 means she can help accounts with tough opponents while not making good DPS 6-stars irrelevant. She's a help for newish players, and still a surprising amount of play if you want to. Okay, Corul Sig. Here's the problem with your argument. Here, you are arguing something like Mountain, where she is a good operator in the sense that she's good for new players. If you look at her through the lens of a new player aid, she achieves that very well. Here's the issue with your argument. To unlock Amiya Medic, you need to clear Chapter 14. My guy, you're not a new player if you beat chapter 14. Like, yeah. My guy said, hear me out, and then said this chapter 14 operator helps out new players. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say. I did that in 2 months last year. Well, okay, but like, you did that fast, but by the time you get here, you're not a new player. That means you're not a new player in 2 months. That just means you got here faster, and you're not a new player faster. You know? Let's continue. Bochongyue and Spectre Alter have kids that succeed in expressing their character while still being very strong in their own right. A perfect blend of flavor and power. I don't know about Spectre, but I guess Chongyue fits. But like, Chongyue fits in the way that like he does martial arts and his kid, he does martial arts. You know? Yeah, Sulfur 7, yes, you could play Chapter 14 early, back when it released. The issue is that to get Amiya Alter, you need to clear 1420, which is Elite 2 level 40 recommended. Even if you're a new player that has access to Chapter 14 early, back when it released, you would get to like fucking 14.6 or 14.7 if you really push it. You're not getting all the way to 1420. Yeah, just bring Wishala support. That's true. Just use the fucking E2 ticket over here and bring a Wishala support. That's true. That's true. Silly me for not seeing that. Silly me. Oh, there you go. There's the guy mentioning Exo. There's the guy mentioning Exo. Definitely Exo Alter. She brings such good utilities other than turning every atom in range to dust, making her one of those operators in which only your imagination can make them stronger or weaker, depending on how you view and use said utilities. Plus, she is also a very good statement about how an operator can be good inside and otherwise conventionally... inside and otherwise conventionally bad subclass. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I don't know why this melted my brain for a moment. I don't know why that had me have a stroke. That's like perfectly correct. Well, we already talked about Exia Alter. I'd have to say Horn. She strikes a very good balance between being a defender and a damage operator. She tanks decently well and has a revive, but her main goal is still doing damage. Revive also leaves you with a choice of activating quickly to get the buffs or keeping it in case she needs to tank something big. She's a very engaging to play if you want to, but still works well if you just place her down on S1 and never look at her again. All her skills are good in different situations, all of them have weaknesses built in, but the weaknesses make sense for what the skills are and feel cohesive. Her damage also means she can use a lot of tiles other operators can't, while still being useful in a lot of normal tiles if you set her up a bit forward. She is good and does what she wants to well. She's good and does what she wants to well, while still having clear restrictions that feel good to play around. I think Horn is a good pick for the best designed operator. She's definitely a good pick, because skill 1, she's for AFK and invis. With skill 2, she can block. With skill 2, you can just put her down as a genuine lane holder, and skill 3 is just her DPS skill. Plus, with her range, you have to get creative to use her. She's a good pick for this list. Lemon, we talked about Lemon. Stainless, we talked about Stainless. Entelekia, who said Entelekia in chat? We have a guy championing for Entelekia right now. Who said Entelekia in chat before? No AFK skill equal bad design. Is this a hot take? Yes. What do you mean? No AFK skill equal bad design. That's a hot take. I don't agree with that at all. Like, sure, an AFK skill is nice. You could argue that if an operator doesn't have an AFK skill, then it's missing a quite considerable, important niche. But missing it doesn't necessarily mean bad design. When Shadow Precision releases, are you gonna stream it? Fucking maybe. huge maybe on that one. For me, Entelekia, she might not be the strongest in her class due to her weaknesses, but the versatility she's able to provide and the synergies Enchiladas has due to her kit is pretty fun. High drop blenders, binder blenders, skill 3 for life drain, sustain nuke, and skill 1 is pretty okay for brainless mob lane holding. Plus, she has that blaze talent where she gets a second wind before hitting 30% HP and halves her death. She's a lot of fun. I will agree Entelekia is well designed. I will agree Entelekia has a lot of sauce with skill 2, with skill 3. She's not entirely brain dead. Even her DPS skill, it's not just press a button and win, there is some layers to it. Especially skill 2 has a lot of synergies, especially with Crown Slayer, and we love an excuse to use Crown Slayer. I've been using her a lot in Rebuilding Mandate. I don't know about you guys, but I've been using Entelekia a lot in Rebuilding Mandate. Would you say Pram Alt is well designed? Not really. Not really. She's just kinda bland. She's not bad designed. She's not bad, you know? She's just kinda bland. She has no sauce, like she's good, she's really strong, she has unique gimmicks with the box freeze, but she has no sauce in her kit, you know? Okay, before we continue here... Oh hey, Project Red comment again. Before we continue again, I'm gonna go refill my water bottle, I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well. I will be back very soon. Hi.
Ehi, c'è.
Ciao, tutto bene? Ah.
Ma figo, vediamo allora.
Ok. Yes, that was Italian. That was my dearie old grandma. That was my dearie old grandmother in the room. It's really Italian, it's not a bit. Did you genuinely think it was a bit? Did you sincerely think that it was a bit? Why would I joke about being Italian? Okay, no. I've had people think that it was a bit. I'm asking because I've had people that for some reason sincerely thought that being Italian was a bit. I don't know why they would assume that. I don't know why that would be their first assumption. Like, what do I gain from pretending to be Italian? What do I gain from that? Okay, let's speed this up a little bit. I was waiting for someone to mention Archetto. I was waiting on Archetto. Sure, she is weak for a marksman sniper, but her offensive kit is arguably the best. Especially her IS module is so damn good combined with Oshi Alter Skill 2 or Sakiko or Irene, wait for her IS module, or others. She's the best support and DPS you'll ever need. Here's the thing with Archetto. Archetto's IS module is sincerely one of the best designed things in the game. It's one of the best designed things in the game. Not just the best designed operator, not just the best designed module, best designed thing in the game. Why? It introduces an entirely new meta with entirely new operators. It changes completely how you think about a lot of the roster. It changes how you think about your team composition, and it encourages you to play in a way which is fun. That's the most important thing to me when it comes to Archetto's IS module. It actively encourages you to explore your options in a unique way that you wouldn't do otherwise, and it's very fun to do so, and it's very strong on top of it. Alright, you'd watch, I'd personally say it's Zwole. It's honestly impressive how cohesive he is as an operator. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that he essentially fixed the nigh-all flaws of the Musha archetype. While his skill 2 and skill 3 are most definitely more useful than his skill 1, it's true that his skill 1 is his only FK options, giving Doctors an alternative option for Zwole. Skill 2 and skill 3 perform very different things, however perfectly plays into his low HP playstyles by using the Barrier. Barrier allows Musha to stay at low HP threshold, but technically still have HP to tank hits. I also appreciate they addressed the fact that Mushas are much more vulnerable, weak, and ineffective in their skill downtime in Zwole's kit. They introduce a trade-off to decrease skill downtime, the trade-off being based off of what Mushas were originally designed around, tenacity. There's more I can discuss about, but I think I'll make my explanation a bit too long. Ultimately, I believe an operator is well designed when there is clear cohesion, direction, and purpose in their kits, without disparaging their archetypes and its advantages/restrictions. That's true. That's just straight up true. Nothing to add. I do like how Zwole uses Barrier. For example, let's look at Zwole versus Penance, for example, right? Penance uses it just to beef herself up. It doesn't really do much outside of that. It's just there to tank. Zwole's Barrier has a much more intricate purpose. It serves to enable and make viable the low HP playstyles that Elagur, Utage, and Akafuyu were trying to achieve and failed miserably. The thing with Mushas is that at low HP, more often than not, they would just die. The issue is you had to find the middle ground between yes, getting their ass kicked, but also not straight up dying, which was a very difficult middle ground to find. I'm gonna read one more comment. Then we move on to the tier list. DN Blue, I wanna bring up a few operators that I think are so close to being well designed. I'm gonna ask that next time. You know what, DN Blue? Thank you for the idea. That's gonna be the next question. Operators that are almost well designed. Someone here brought up Tin Man, of all things. Muinar? I think, okay, third attempt at Gladia. Ray, I don't know if Ray is well designed. I think Ray gets disqualified by default. Oh no, Kami, this is a different tier list. Kami, this is a whole different thing. It's not the every operator. It's not the every operator list. It's a whole different thing. I was gonna say, I think Ray gets disqualified by default, doesn't she? Because she's a hunter that completely ignores the entire flaws and gimmicks of hunters. You could make her a Deadeye and nothing would change. You could make her a Flinger and nothing would change. You know what I'm saying? She has no reason to be a hunter, and she ignores the hunter class completely. Like, skill 2 is very well designed, I will give you that. Skill 2 is a very well designed skill, it's a very intricate skill. But I think she gets disqualified by default, just because she ignores her own archetype. April, that's crazy. Muelsis, we talked about Muelsis, Liberator Guards in general. Crazy Alter, Hoshi Alter, Lemwen, Eya? The original Eya? Shit, it's hard to find a future where she outright useless or outclassed. Okay, so the argument is that she's future-proofed. She's very well future-proofed, and that's true. I have a video on that, by the way, if you wanna watch it. I have a video on that. On why Eya is very future-proofed. Why did nobody say Ambriel is well designed? Because she's not. She's really not. Oh my god, Ambriel is so cheeks when it comes to her design. Like, I get the idea that she targets the lowest defense enemy, because, you know, she's the sniper, she one-shots, so of course she targets the lowest defense enemy. But the issue is that things like structures in stages also have 0 defense, which means you activate her skill and she gets stuck shooting the structure because it has 0 defense. There's another guy that says Jessica Alter. Bagpipe, again, the issue with Bagpipe is the same as in S, where Silver Ash Alter exists now, and Silver Ash Alter just has Bagpipe included in his kit. You, 2 operators, that's way too many, bro. Who do you choose? Exia as a well-designed operator, okay. That's an interesting take. And Raidian. We talked about Raidian already. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the same here. Oh, Gravel! Someone was talking about Gravel in chat just a moment ago. Someone was talking about Gravel. Concept-wise, she is both in story and in gameplay the bodyguard that appears out of nowhere to block a knife. Gameplay-wise, she's the earliest on-demand split-second tool the player has access to, and has usage even in endgame. Story-wise, while she flirts, like a generic mature waifu, she explicitly still doesn't fully trust Rose Island enough to give her a real name. While, like, half of this is unrelated, I do think Gravel is a well-designed operator. She was the first spin on a fast redeploy that we haven't really seen since. Gravel is still the only tank fast redeploy. That's still a niche that only her fulfills, that no other fast redeploy does. Also, yeah, it also fits with her story, because she's a bodyguard, and so in gameplay you put her down to be a bodyguard for the other operators. Yes, Chara, yeah, I saw your comment, but yeah, we talked about Lazy Alter already. She has a very intentional kit, and yeah, there's a nasty upscale as well, with the custom... Phantom S1, okay, buddy, I don't think Phantom S1 counts as a tank. Like, it's a defensive skill, sure. It's a defensive skill. But it's not gravel. You know, it's not a full proper tank that can tank you fucking fast in a CC2 Risk 18, you know? Jaye as a redeploy tank? That's like the least efficient redeploy tank you can put down. He has no defensive skill, he has a longer deployment time, and he steals your DP. This is like the worst one you could choose to be a redeploy tank. Zwire Alter as a redeploy tank. Okay, that's not a redeploy tank. That's not a redeploy tank, that's just a tank. That's just a normal tank, you know, she stays on the field. That's not a redeploy tank. There's a comment for Shu. Kazemaru. Okay, I wanna hear what the Kazemaru guy has to say. For a new player, I got her as my second 5-star. She's pretty much perfect. My apologies. For a new player, I got her as my second 5-star. She was pretty much perfect. Easy to use, able to fill most niches, didn't have stronger operators for, but also not being too strong either. Basically a solid operator that made the beginnings of stages straightforward and consistent. So I could focus on trying out strategies with other operators, learning enemy abilities, and overall game mechanics. The combination of being a 5-star, easier to obtain than 6 stars, while also having more interesting kit than 4 or 3 stars, and an archetype that'll keep her, just deploy her and she's taken care of most of the time, and her ability to deal both physical and arts damage, deal with... Okay, so again, we're arguing like Mountain, like that guy that tried to argue for fucking Amiya Medic. We're trying to argue that she's a good fit for new player, like for... Under the lens of a new player aid, she achieves that purpose well. I don't think Kazemaru was exactly intended as a new player unit though. Not like Mountain. Like Mountain is very clearly intended as a new player unit. I'm not sure about Kazemaru. Anyway, we've been here for 2 hours. I think I have more than enough content. More than enough content. Let's move on to something else. Let's move on to the tier list. What is this? This is a tier list for new players, specifically. Yes, I'll have you work for free content next time. You've already worked enough for today. This is a tier list for new players specifically. Not in general, not as a well-built account. This is if you are a Twitter chad that saw Perlica and got hard, and so you decided to download the original Arknights as well. What would you rather have in your account? It's from that perspective. I have some tiers set up right here. New player cinema peak, very good, needs E2, worth it, pretty alright, mediocre, needs E2, not worth it, ass for new players, and ass in general. This is gonna be the easiest tier to fill out. As, in general, is gonna be incredibly simple to fill out. So, we're not gonna feature every 6-star, we're gonna go up to Silver Ash Altar. We're gonna feature every 6-star up until Silver Ash Altar, which means these guys are gonna get ignored. And also there's the Endfield people. Ignore the Endfield people as well. So, Calcit. She's okay as a new player. You have a very good lane holder, which is self-sufficient, plus that early in the game, deployment slots are not that important. You can get away with just deploying Calcit for 2 slots and putting down Monster as a very good lane holder. The only thing with Calcit is that you could get duped as a new player. You could get duped thinking that, oh, I'm gonna use her to heal, and then you discover that she prioritizes herself and Monster and doesn't heal anyone else. That could dupe you, that could fuck you over once or twice, but you know, failure is the best teacher. Chen, as in general, she's just not a good unit. She barely deals damage, she's offensive recovery but not good. This was before the game figured out how to have offensive recovery units. Blaze Alter. Very good for new... Not Alter, sorry, Blaze Normal. Not the Alter. Actually, where the fuck is the Alter? Let's get that out of the way. Where is the Alter? Fuck you. There you go. Blaze Normal. Very good for new players. Why? Her best skill is skill 2. This means that... Sorry. Blaze Guard, why is she good? Operators that have their best skill as skill 1 and skill 2 are going to be very much prioritized in this list, because as a new player, you are fighting for scraps. You have barely fucking any resources to build any shitty 4-star. Which means you're not gonna be a E2-wing, especially a 6-star. You're not gonna be E2-wing a 6-star. So Blaze, you can just pop her down. She has skill 2, even skill 1 is really great, skill 1 for lane holding, especially that early on. And she's gonna serve you very well. Skadi Alter. I don't know about Skadi Alter as a new player. Effectively, all she does for you as a new account is heal. You would only use her to heal. At that point, the buff on skill 2, and especially skill 3, does not matter. And at that point, if you want to heal, you, like, even Ansel, even Susurro would be better choices than Skadi. So actually, I'm gonna move her to Ash for new players. She's just not very good for a new player. Chen Alter, very good. Chen Alter fell off really bad. Like, in the meta, she's completely unused. She was a contender for the best operator in the game, and then she vanished off the fucking face of the earth. But, in a vacuum, she's very good. Okay, let's talk about her DP cost. The thing with the DP cost is that Myrtle is in the starter pack. Is that Myrtle is a 4-star, and you can spend $1 to get her. So I really don't think DP matters. I really don't think DP is worth considering in a game that has Myrtle in the starter pack. So, as I was gonna say, in a vacuum, she's a really good unit. She still deals very good damage. Also, early on, what is the most frequent check? If I remember correctly, early on, you get a lot of enemies. You need the AoE, and she's perfect for it. She's perfect to handle with the swarms of enemies that early chapters send you. Nerl Alter, mediocre. She's an okay lane holder with a skill 1. And with a skill 2, you just don't need that as a new player. You will never need her no deployment cost heli drop damage. It's completely redundant. You will never meet something before chapter 8 that requires that. Then even if you E2 her, you don't really get much out of it. Like, you might as well still stick with skill 1, honestly. Reed Alter. I will say very good, Reed Alter. Why do I say very good? Because she fulfills 2 roles. She fulfills 2 roles at the same time. She is a caster and a healer. That's not nothing. Because early on, there's also a lot of arts check. Like, the entire beginning of Chapter 2, if I remember correctly, is just arts checks with really heavy armored guys. Plus, super convenient for a new player, because she heals as well, so you don't need to slot in Ansel, you don't need to slot in Hibiscus, or some other shit like that. Spectre Alter. This is a tough one, Spectre Alter. I'm torn between mediocre and ass for new players. Because, like, yeah, to be good, she needs the E2. She needs E2, she needs her module, right? But early stages, I feel like she would perform somewhat... Yeah, you know what? That's true, right? Needs E2, not worth it, because the original Spectre just will help you more early on. Like, early on, if you have the choice between the Spectre Alter and Spectre OG, you should probably build the original Spectre. Plus, this Spectre here needs the E2, and it's not really worth it. She also needs her Module 3. Gavial Alter... pretty alright. She's basically Blaze Guard. These two are basically the same operator, except that Gavial is manual. She's a manual operator instead of being fully AFK like Blaze. And I feel like being AFK, just putting down Blaze and forgetting she's there, is way more comfortable for a new player. While Gavial can perform like Blaze, you need to pay attention to her. And that's an ask for a new player, that's an ask. Especially because her basic attacks are kinda cheeks. Like, her basic attacks are kinda bad. Texas Alter. New player cinema pick. I think Texas Alter is going to make the early game so fucking easy. She can cheese the entire early game. Like, from chapter 0 all the way to chapter 7, she can just cheese every stage. Because... something new players struggle with is that your operators just fucking die, and then they're completely turned off for like 70 seconds. Meanwhile, Texas, you can just no-brain, panic button, slap her down on the field, she murders everything in front of you. Really, really good. Even the drone stages, but you need the E2. You need the E2 for the drone stages. But yeah, technically, even the drone stages. No, Exia. This is normal Exia. I'm thinking my own player experience, because when I was a new player, I had Exia as like my second 6-star, and there's a lot of drones early on. You know what? I'm gonna put her in very good. Just because early game, they spam you out with drones. The way that drones are moving in the early stages, you'd think that drones are like a main threat for the entire game. But no, like, after the early game, they just kind of vanish. You never see a drone ever again. But for that early game, this is very good. Isn't she just kind of expensive to use? Again, DP is not really a factor when Myrtle is in the starter pack. You can just get Myrtle for $1. And she's a 4-star, so you could also just roll Myrtle really easily, you know? In a game with Myrtle in it, DP is not really a factor. Especially Chapter 5. Especially Chapter 5 spams you out with drones, it's insane. Siege! Do I need to explain Siege? Do I need to sit here and explain to you why Siege is fucking terrible? Do I have to explain that to you? Like... W, mediocre. W has aged really poorly. She was pretty above average on release back in year 1. But since then, she's just fell off a lot. However, as a new player, especially at E1, with the mines on skill 2, you can get a lot of value out of her, I feel like. You can get a lot of value out of her. The only issue is that you need to kind of wait for the mines. It's not like Aya, who can spam out her skill 2. You need to kind of sit there, and if there's no enemy in range, then the mine placements are random. Yeah, she's very expensive for what she brings. It's not like Chen Alter, where, yeah, she's 32 DP, she's 30 DP, but once you put her down, she's gonna shred everything in her range. Not Wishadel, oh my god! W is not really all that. Yeah, it's delectable, you know, it's not bad. It's okay. It's okay. Skill 2 is satisfying with the cooldown and shit. Wait, no, that's skill 3. Wait, no. The cooldown is skill 3. The countdown is skill 3. It's not it's not skill 2. Yeah, she's also not very newbie friendly, as I said, with her mines being random. Ifrit. Alright, Ifrit. The thing with Ifrit is that she's not super new player friendly, and they might think that she's situational because of her range, but really all Ifrit needs is one tile. If you can get one tile for Ifrit to destroy enemies in, she's gonna put in the work. And early on, there's some stages with Ifrit tiles. If you find an Ifrit tiles, that's gonna completely just win the stage for you. Let me drink real quick. Ah. Even without other casters, she's just really good, you know? Hoshiguma. I'm gonna put Hoshiguma in very good. For a new player, Hoshiguma is very good, because she can tank fucking everything in the early game. She was built as a launch operator for the early game, and essentially she's completely unkillable, unless you run into things like Chapter 7, Chapter 8 enemies. Until then, she is just an unsurmountable wall. She is such a boon to new players. She falls off later, you know, obviously. As you progress through the game, she falls off. But early, she's really good. Shining, as in general, I'm sorry, like, she's not... The thing with Shining is that even as a new player, you get more value out of Susurro. If you have to choose as a new player between Shining and Susurro, you should build Susurro. You are spending so many fucking materials to build Shining, and all you get is like a slightly better Susurro. Even once you E2 her, right? Even once you E2 her, she's useful for what? Patriot? She's useful in the Patriot stage, and that's it? Just not good. Just not a good unit. Just not a good unit. I have a friend that re-rolled for Shining. Oh, YouTube user, I love Shining, joined the stream immediately. Shining slander. As I was saying, I have a friend that re-rolled for Shining. I don't know what the fuck possessed that man to re-roll for Shining, but he did that. Silver Ash needs E2 worth it. I think he's the first worth it E2. Because before the E2, he's still pretty good. He can deal solid damage with skill 1, he can be a very great tank with skill 2, and then skill 3 is just gonna demolish everything. Up until even like chapter 9 or chapter 10, he's gonna be demolishing everything in front of you with skill 3. So I feel like this is our first character that needs the E2 to be worth it, but that's worth it to do. That's actually worth doing. Nightingale, mediocre. Mediocre Nightingale. You need her in chapter 8. You need her once in chapter 8, maybe a couple of times in chapter 5 against the Arts drones. That's like the two scenarios in which Nightingale would be better than Susurro for you. You know? And that's not very often. That's not very often. Otherwise, you're better off using other medics, because her heal per second, like, you have to understand, the heal per second on Nightingale is kinda low. Outside of skill 3. Like, skill 3, yeah, that's some healing, but outside of that, she doesn't heal that much. You bring her to cover against arts, and there's not a lot of that. You know, threatening arts damage, there's not a lot of that. There's the drones in chapter 5, and there's Tallulah in chapter 8. Eya, I think it's new player cinema pick. Eya, skill 2, you put her down, she vaporizes everything in front of her. Vaporized, it's gone. She has res shred, she has fast skill cycles, she has AoE, she has arts damage. She covers everything that a new player would want. You know? Maybe I should start watching SUPAH on Twitch. I don't have Twitch. I don't have a Twitch account. How is Calcite worse than Moist Chan? Well, this is a tier list for new players. So the thing is, for a new player, you prefer the damage from Chen, you prefer the AoE from Chen, rather than Monster from Calcite. Keep in mind, you won't even have skill 3. Since you're a new player, you don't have skill 3 on either. So... yeah, it's a new player tier list. It's in the title. Helagur. Do I have to explain Helagur? Do I? The thing with Helagur, right? that makes him bad in any context is that to succeed, he needs to find the specific exact middle ground in which enemies beat his ass so he's almost dying, but don't beat his ass enough so that he actually dies. And that's very rare. Most of the time, the enemies either aren't gonna be able to kill him, which means he's gonna stay at almost full HP and just be a shitty lane holder, or they're going to kill him. Rosa... Rosa is difficult. She's not very good for new players. I wouldn't say she's ass in general. I would say she's kind of ass for new players. Her range is weird, like a new player, you are still learning that you need to point the operator at the enemy. Imagine having to figure out Rosa's range as a new player. Then there's her targeting priority, that's also confusing for a new player if you don't know what you're doing. Skill 2 has very bad skill cycles. It has a good uptime. I will say that. It has a good uptime, but it has very bad skill cycles. She's just not a very comfortable unit. Kyobi... she's okay. Just by virtue of being a caster. Like, just being a caster in the early game, that's very good. That's very good to be a caster in the early game, because there's a lot of arts check. There's a lot of enemies that have a lot of defense and not a lot of resistance. Plus, Kyobi has crowd control on skill 1. People often forget that. Kyobi can bind on skill 1. Belone's lander is at the start of the stream. Rewind the VOD to the start of the stream. There's like a 15-minute section on Belone. What the fuck was I gonna say? Alright, Kyobi also has a skill 2. The thing is, it's not as comfortable as Eya. It's not Eya, you know? That's the thing. Eya does everything you would want. She's like a custom operator for new players, which doesn't fall off either. Unlike someone like Exia, unlike Chen, unlike Hoshiguma, she doesn't even fall off later. Meanwhile, Kyobi is kind of the opposite. She starts pretty alright and then gets better as you progress through the game. Nyan... I'm gonna put her in alright. Why? For the same reason as Hoshiguma. For the same reasons as Hoshiguma. In the early game, Nyan is an unsurmountable wall. I get that Quora exists, but Nyan also buffs your entire team. Do you guys forget that Nyan has an HP buff for the entire team? That's not nothing. The thing with Nyan is that she's manual. She doesn't have an AFK skill, a passive skill, like Hoshiguma on skill 2. You have to, like, pay attention and activate her skill when you need to know she's gonna tank. Dusk is difficult. Dusk is extremely difficult, because in the early game, she's like incredible. She's really good in the early game. But then she has the most gigantic fall off. She has the most insane fall off imaginable. So you know what? I'm gonna add a new tier. Pretty alright. Massive fall off later. There you go. This is where I'm gonna put Dusk. Early game, having an AoE like Dusk skill 1, like Dusk skill 1 is insane in the early game. It's really, really good. The issue is that she becomes damn near useless after you leave the early game. Ling, on the other hand, is the opposite. Ling is kind of the opposite. She starts kinda for new players, then you continue through the game and she climbs up the ranks with each chapter that you clear. With each chapter that you clear, she gets better. I will say needs E2 worth it. I will say Ling needs the E2, but she's worth it. Skill 1 and Skill 2, you're gonna get by with Ling Skill 1 and Skill 2, but you're not going to access her true potential until you get Skill 3. And she doesn't fall off either. She keeps being good. You're gonna use her for, like, trust farms, you know? Saria, very good. She's not quite a new player cinema pick, but she's very good. She tanks, she heals. A lot of new players will just plop her down and let her do her things. She charges skills somewhat. She's like Blaze. Saria is the defender version of Blaze. You put her down, you forget about her, she does her job, and that's it. Gnosis. I'm gonna put him with a KOB. Why? Because he functions as an arts DPS. Like, you can use him as an arts DPS, and in the early game, no one is immune to freeze. There is no enemy, even bosses in the early game, that are immune to freeze. Because freeze was introduced much later. So, no, Frost Nova is not immune, because freeze released way later. They didn't go back and change Frost Nova, did they? I'm gonna check, you know what? I'm gonna check. But I don't think they went back. I don't think they went back and changed it. What is this one? Appears in 617, not 67, 617. Okay, no, wait, they went back for 617? Did they went back for the other Frost Nova? Winter's Scar, did they went back? Okay, hold on. Let's check this one, chapter 4. Okay, Hypergriff is smarter than that, it appears. Okay, so excluding Frost Nova, and maybe some of the Yeti enemies, there is no enemy in the early game that is immune to freeze. Meaning that Gnosis just gets to have a free take whatever you want buffet, basically, with a skill 2 and skill 1. Yeah, today I learned that Frost Nova is immune to freeze. So functionally, Gnosis is much like KOB. He's just gonna be a pretty reliable arts DPS. Mostima. I'm sorry, bro. What do you want me to say about Mostima? Her basic attack is trash. Her skill cycles are trash. Her skill uptime is trash. You're gonna be using skill 1 and skill 2. Do you know what Mostima's skill 1 is? Do you know what is Mostima's skill 1? Let me show you. That's right, it's attack up gamma. It's attack up gamma. That's her skill 1. To unlock her global slow, you need the module. What fucking new player is giving Mostima a module 3? Module Y level 3. Who's doing that? So anyway, yeah, she's just terrible in general. Even when you leave the early game, she doesn't have a glow up like a Kyobi or a Calcit. She just stays bad. Bagpipe. Bagpipe needs E2 worth it. Why needs E2? For the talent, which I believe you unlock at E2. Do you? Let me check. I'm gonna check. I'm pretty sure that Bagpipe, you need E2 for her talent. Yes, you do. You need the E2 to unlock her good talent. Bagpipe. Is that talent even impactful in the early game though? Well, you get Texas for free, right? As a new player, you get Texas for free, for one. Then there's a chance you have some other Vanguard, like Zima, for example, or Courier, or Scavenger, or Myrtle from the starter pack. Not just that though, Skill 2 is amazing. Like, you can set her down as a lane holder and just have her carry with Skill 2. So you know what, maybe she doesn't need the E2. Maybe she doesn't need the E2. Maybe she's just very good. Maybe she doesn't need the E2, because the Skill 2 is just that strong. It carries the early game on its own. Ack. Oh my god, bro. No. So, the issue with Ack is that he's a buffer, first and foremost. You don't need buffers in the early game. There is no situation as a new player you will ever need a buffer. Then you continue, you become a mid-game player, a late-game player, and then you realize there is no reason to buff still. It's not like buffs become better when you continue the game. The thing with Year 7 Arknights is that the 6 stars are really good on their own. Any buff you can give them is entirely redundant and overkill. Plus, he has weird mechanics, he kills your own operator, it's tragic. Magellan, as in general. The thing with Magellan, and the thing with any summoner that isn't Raidian and isn't Ling, is that you have to justify deploying a summon instead of an operator, because they take up deployment slots. And as a new player, maybe you could justify that very early. Maybe as a new player, extremely early, when your roster is just not built, when you just don't have the operators, you can justify using Magellan. However, then you run into the other issues with Magellan, mainly the fact she's so finicky, she has a learning curve, her summons retreat themselves, just a whole mess for a new player, and until the E1, she doesn't even get a DPS skill. That's true, she only has the stall on skill 1. So you know what, I'm gonna move her to Ass for new players, because while she is Ass in general, very much, she is bad, especially for new players. Will a unit be bad for newbies if they remove the learning process of the game mechanics and enemy types? Well, no, because eventually you're gonna hit a wall. Like, eventually the game is designed in such a way where you're gonna hit a wall. Be it 4-7, be it Frost Nova, be it Patriot, be it Tallulah. Eventually you're gonna have to learn the game, even if you have some shit like Wishadel. Eventually you're gonna have to learn the game. So I don't think that's really a factor, because one way or the other, you're gonna have to learn. I started playing and watching recently. I love it when you go on the summer rants every time it's mentioned. Yeah, you know. The thing is, right, you have to assume that each viewer is watching you for the first time. You have to accommodate for new viewers. So every time a summoner is brought up, I have to explain again the problem with summoners, because I have to assume that they didn't listen to the other rants. Yeah, exactly. Even if you start with Wishadel, eventually you're gonna have to learn the game. I should introduce myself. True, actually. You don't even know who I am. Every time I start a video, I should start with a lengthy introduction of who I am and what I do. That's true. Just, you know, fill in the new viewers. True, I should also introduce myself every 5 minutes on the stream for the new viewers. That's true. Phantom? Pretty alright, but a massive fall-off. Why pretty alright? Because same reason as Texas, but instead of being a nuke that pulverizes the entire stage, he's just very useful. Think of a stage like 4-7, right? 4-7, the stage with the exploding spiders. Phantom literally just solves that stage for you. Usually, that's a huge wall for new players, but with Phantom, you completely nullify it, because he removes the entire gimmick of it. However, he falls off. Like, the moment you exit the early game, he falls off massively. She doesn't really fall off that much. She's still okay, you know? Massive fall-off is for, like, the bad units later. Exia is not bad after the early game. She's still functional. She's still serviceable, you know? Like, I still use Exia. I still use the normal Exia sometimes, for example, for hit count. There's a lot of hit count stages where Exia skill 3 is really good. Alright. Scadi, what do you think about Scadi? I wanna hear chat's opinion first. What do we think about Scadi? What is our collective opinion for Scadi? Okay, so immediately I have a guy saying ass and a guy saying cinema. Immediately. Yeah, just her own tier. Create a new tier just for her. Okay, so Scadi, she's not very good. She's not a very good unit. I'm not even gonna say she's good in the early game, because what do you get out of Scadi? You get a shitty lane holder that blocks one with some okay damage, right? The only thing that saves her is that she deals a lot of damage. But yeah, functionally, Scadi Guard is just Melantha. She's just a 6-star Melantha. And in the early game, you could just use Melantha. That's the thing. Early game, you would much rather spend the materials on Melantha and use Melantha rather than build a 6-star, which is not good at all. The only way that Scadi becomes good is when you assemble the pieces of Exodia, when you get Spectre, when you get Spectre Alter, Gladia, Ulpianus, Scadi Alter, everyone together, you know? As a new player, unless you bought an account, that's not gonna happen. So she really is just a Melantha 6-star. Mountain. New player cinema pick. Mountain was designed for new players. He's the de facto new player 6-star. He is so comfortable, his best skill is on E1, but E0 is also pretty good. He's damn near unkillable in the early game, he deals very good damage in the early game. Much like Eya, he does everything you'd want out of a unit for the early game. The thing with Mountain, more so, is that if you have other lane holders, right? If you have Saria, if you have Showa, if you have Original Spectre, if you have Blaze, he kinda lowers in value, right? The more lane holders you have, the less value Mountain has. He's very replaceable, but he's the de facto new player unit. Angelina. Mediocre. She's okay. She's just okay. She has the advantage that she deals arts damage. That's very important in the early game. It's why Gnosis and Kyobi are pretty alright. So, just for dealing arts damage, even with just skill 2, right? Even skill 1, if you guys don't remember, skill 1 removes the gimmick that she doesn't attack. She attacks constantly with skill 1. Then there's skill 2, which is a focused arts burst with the slow. Then if you E2 her, she gets the multi-target skill that she's known for. She has the passive healing, though I think that's E2 as well. All in all, she's just okay. All in all, she's just okay. I legit forgot Angelina exists. Alright, man. Thorns, I feel so bad for this, but needs E2, not worth it. Not worth it. Mainly because there is so much better. There is so much better in the game right now. Right, if you have Mountain, if you have Sakiko, if you have any other sort of lane holder, you don't need to go out of your way to E2 Thorns. Especially when Sakiko exists. Though, okay, Sakiko is a collab unit, okay? There's a very, very, very good chance that a new player is not gonna have Sakiko. So let's ignore Sakiko for this argument, okay? But even if you have Calcite, if you have Mountain, if you have who the fuck else, let's say even Muinar, if you have Chubai, if you have Chongyue, Jessica Alter, just about any ground unit that can hit the air or any good lane holder, you don't need to go out of your way to E2 Thorns. That's the thing, like, once you E2 him, he's good. Like, once you go out of your way to E2 him, he's good. But the thing is, 1, you don't need to, and 2, he's garbage before the E2, okay? Can we be honest? Can we be honest? Thorns E0, Thorns E1 is fucking garbage. He's not good at E0, E1. If, as a new player, you have Thorns, that is an entirely dead unit in your account until the E2. Until the E2, he's an entirely dead unit. Fiammetta. Mediocre. Why do I say this? Because we're not counting skill 3. We're counting skill 2. We're counting skill 1 and skill 2. Which, you know, AoE, a bunch of physical damage on pretty good skill cycles. That's pretty alright. You know, it's not the best. It's not Exia. But you know, it's pretty good. Then you E2 her, you get the big giant AoE, but that's not really worth it. That's the thing, E2 is not worth it at all on Fiammetta. It's not worth to spend the materials to unlock that skill tree. Yeah, her dorm skill is pretty good. Yeah, skill 2 is kind of a knowledge check for new players. But, like, I feel like you'd get used to it, right? She deals damage, and then she fires in a straight line. Maybe you're gonna get caught off guard once or twice. You're gonna get caught off guard by the skill 2 mechanics. But it's not that difficult to learn. Her module is goated, that's true, but a new player is not gonna have the modules. This is a new player tier list, so like, no skill 3, no modules. Yeah. Madrock. Oh, she's very difficult to rank. She's very difficult to rank, Madrock. Because the thing with Madrock is that enmities for a new player, units that you can't heal. I can easily imagine a new player that puts down Madrock in like 5-3, then the casters come through, and they just kill Madrock, and they can't do anything about it. Madrock E1, though, it's really good. It's really, really good, right? So, yeah, she's never gonna carry an account. That's the thing. I'm gonna put her in very good. I'm gonna put her in very good, because she can lane hold, she can tank, but you need to watch out. You need to watch out that you can't heal her, you need to watch out for arts damage, you need to watch out... you need to watch out that she's not really a carry, you know? Yeah, you would definitely rather have Madrock than not have Madrock. It's not like Shining, or Helagur, or Siege, where you would sincerely rather not have them and have someone else, you know? Lee. As for new players, I think Lee for new players is really bad. He's a merchant, he steals your DP, so a new player is gonna have to deal with the DP steal, and his cheese, his good skill, is skill 3. Skill 2 and skill 1 are kinda cheeks. Lee skill 1, Lee skill 2, that's kinda cheeks. You know, it's not good. Like, for a new player, he's turbo ass. He's a complete fraud for a new player. Before we continue to Archetto, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, merchants are really anti-newbie. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. And refill my water bottle. Then we're gonna continue with Archetto. Who's back? Back again. SUPAH's back. Tell a friend. Alright. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I said about Skadi. She's just a 6-star Melanfa. It's a complete waste of resources. You would rather use those resources on Melanfa to achieve pretty much the same effect. Or like fucking Matoimaru, you know? Or Franca. Just anyone except a 6-star to do what Melanta does, you know? Cheeto. Do we need an opposite of this tier? Like, ass for new players, massive glow up later? Do we need an opposite of this tier? Like... Okay, let's make a new tier then. Row below, let's make a new tier. Future investment, there you go. That's what Arketto, that's what I'm gonna put Arketto in. The thing with Arketto is that before IS, before her IS module, she's complete garbage. She's just garbage. She's not good at all. She's the Greythroat power creep of all things. Before you get to IS, before you E2 her, before you get the module, she's just not good. You'd rather spend the resources on Greythroat rather than build a 6-star that does the same thing as Greythroat. It's the same argument as Skadi. You'd rather build Melanfa than a 6-star that does the same thing as Melanfa. Same here with Arketto. You'd rather build Greythroat than a 6-star that does the same thing as Greythroat. But no, he's not a future investment though, that's the thing, because Sakiko exists, because better lane holders exists. That's the thing, he's not even a future investment anymore. Like, if Sakiko was not in the game, sure, I would put him in future investment, but Sakiko exists, and the support system also exists, which means you can borrow Sakiko whenever the fuck you want. Actually, yeah, Keobi goes in future investment. Is no longer in the game? No, she is. The support system. Go to Arknights official Discord server. Hey, does anyone have a Sakiko? Can you add me? Pretty please. And now you have Sakiko. Like, you have to keep in mind, through the support system, any player has access to almost any 6-star, like a fucking stainless Flametail. You're gonna be hard pressed to find someone with a Flametail in support, but you know. Yeah, we're not talking about endgame. Okay, Human Hung, that's not... the days of setting skills in support are long behind us, because you don't need to set the skills. So now when you pick supports, you just choose the skill. Schwartz. I don't know, I'm torn between ass and mediocre, because skill 2, skill 1, that's pretty good damage. Schwartz on skill 1, on skill 2, that's pretty good damage. Right? That's not useless like Leah and Magellan, and it's not confusing like Rosa. It's like a perfectly good damage physical option that you have. It's not the best, you know, like Exia would be far superior. Actually, I'm not even sure she falls off. Like, she has pretty good damage, even to this day. She has a defense shred. Then Nasty is gonna come out, and you can use the Nasty tiles with Schwartz, which is way better than using them with Pozzy. True, the problem with borrowing Sakiko is that you're not borrowing with Shadel. That's true. Yeah, she gets mogged by Pozzy. She gets mogged by Pozzy. Like, let's just get Pozzy out of the way. Where is she? I'm gonna put her in alright. Just because, even as a new player, right, you could say, oh, SUPAH, you want the new player to engage with the fucking type writer mechanics, you want the new player to fucking think about the typewriter and do this with the positioning. No, not really. Like, even if you don't really engage with it, she still puts out a lot of very good damage. Or do you think needs E2 not worth it? Like, I'm still thinking pretty alright. I'm still thinking she's pretty alright. Not very good. Not very good. But still pretty alright, you know? Sutra... She's a future investment, yeah. Actually, no. Needs E2 worth. What am I saying? Needs E2 worth. We have a fucking tier for it. We have a specific tier for needs E2 worth it. The thing with Sutra is that skill 1 is very good, skill 2 is also very good, like they're very good skills, but until the E2, she's just Arts Melanta. It's kind of the same thing as Skadi. She's just Arts Melanfa until you E2. But once you E2, she's gonna solve so much shit for you, it's unreal, you know? That's what that's what I'm saying. Suzuran asks for new players. Like, Suzuran, what are you gonna do with Suzuran as a new player? Like, genuinely. What do you do? She has slow and multi-target on skill 2. She has some damage on skill 1. And then that's it, because skill 3, like, you're not gonna E2 for the debuff as a new player. I don't even think she's a future investment, because she doesn't even appear in CC anymore. You know? I would be like, oh, a future investment for modes like IS or CC, but she doesn't even appear anymore. They don't use her in CC anymore. Because debuffs and buffs have lost so much value over the years. She did great in CC before. I mean, yeah, you can use her. Like, you can use her still. It's just not really optimal nowadays. Yeah, Mostima is one of those units that she's gonna show up in like every max risk because of her SP talent. Or for the slow. Literally, the moment that a better slow shows up, oh, she's done. She's cooked. Saga is pretty alright for a new player. Pretty alright. She has self-sustain. She can give SP. She has pretty good multi-target, you know? It's not like Siege, where what the fuck does a Siege even do? She doesn't need the E2 because her best skill is skill 2. I'm not sure if better than Bagpipe, but Bagpipe skill 2 is fucking crazy. Bagpipe skill 2 is crazy. I'm not sure if I would put Saga above Bagpipe for new players. Yeah, the only problem with Saga is the critical wound. As a new player, if you put Saga right in front of the blue box, she can kill like a fast enemy, like a dog, and the dog will still go in the blue box. Like, while dead, while having the critical wound. It's gonna enter the blue box. Golden Glow. I'm gonna say very good. Because Golden Glow is almost Eya. It's almost Eya. You know? She doesn't need the E2. She doesn't need the E2. Golden Glow skill 2 is very good. Golden Glow skill 2 is a very good arts DPS with some AoE skill. She does not need the E2. She is just a generic caster, and for the early game, that's plenty good enough for the early game. As I said, my reasoning is that she's almost Eya. Just like a little more, and she would be like Eya, and Eya is here. E1 talent. Okay, hold on. Hold on, let's where the fuck is the wiki? Let's check her talents, okay? I remember the Res Shred talent. No, that's not Golden Glow. Oh yeah, the RNG rigging. Yeah, the RNG rigging. That's her talent 1, yeah. So there's also the fact that after a few hits, her drones are guaranteed to explode. Rosmontis. Pretty alright, massive fall off later. I think as a new player, Rosmontis is gonna be very great for you, I think. Huge range, AoE, fucking big damage for the early game. The only thing she's missing is the air hit. She can't hit drones. That's like kind of a big issue for the early game. That's kind of a big issue that she can't hit the early game. And what am I saying? Right, big issue for the early game that she can't hit the drones because chapter 5, the early chapters, they swarm your ass with them. It's why Exia is so high. But she can do AoE, she has a huge range, she's pretty good, but then falls off massively. Future investment for IS, that's not even true. She's a future investment for IS5, specifically. You're gonna use her in IS5, but like IS6, IS4, IS3, IS2, she's not good in those ISs. She's good in IS5 because you can guarantee the Hand of Rumble, which buffs the fuck out of her. Because Exia is still alright. Like, Exia does not have a massive fall-off. She's not a bad unit. Like, even nowadays, she's just kind of mediocre. She doesn't have a giant mega fall-off like Dusk, you know? Even in present day, Exia with a skill 3 module Y, it's pretty alright. It's pretty alright. Yeah, she's a very good generic anti-air. And she synergizes incredibly well with buffers, even if buffers have lost all their value nowadays. Irene... Okay, I need to check the wiki. What the fuck do the other skills do? I sincerely don't fucking know. What skill 1 and skill 2 do. Okay, so this is just a Swift Strike. This is just a Swift Strike with Lift. Or Levitate. And this is just Degen Breakers, skill 2, but with Levitate, okay. Oh yeah, Power Strike, not a Swift Strike, not Swift Strike, Power Strike, you're right. She's okay, you know, She can lane hold, she can deal some damage, she can stop enemies from attacking. I suppose she can stack vulnerability for endmin to consume. But that's about it, like she has a big ass forehead and that's it. Becomes a fast replay with her IS module. New players are not gonna have the fucking IS module. Like, they're not gonna have modules, much less the IS one, you know? It's in the title. This is a new player tier list. It's in the title. Weedy. I don't think... I'm torn, because you could use her as a kind of an AoE guard, you know? Like with a skill 1, you know? I guess future investment. Yeah, I guess Weedy goes in future investment, because she's very good in like high-end content, you know? But as a new player, she's really not that good. The best cope that I can come up with for Weedy is that you could use her as an AoE guard of sorts with a skill 1. You know? Aren't IS modules dirt cheap? Yes, the issue is the E2 beforehand. You know, even if the IS module is really cheap, 1, it only works in IS, and 2, the issue is the Elite 2 that you have to do beforehand. Horn. Ass for new players. Oh my god, I would feel so bad for a new player if they join the game and they get Horn as their first 6-star. I would feel so bad. She has her gimmicky range, she has her gimmicky skills from a gimmicky archetype. Like, you need to, like, study up how to use her. Like, not only are you learning the game, you're also learning this fucking 6-star specifically. Invis Reveal is good? Not really in the early game, because remember, in the early game you have those devices. You have the devices that you can activate and they just remove invisibility. You have built-in invis removal in the stages for the early game. Oh my god, your first 6-star was Ak. I mean, you know, if you cope really hard, you could use Ak as a sniper with a skill 1. Technically, you know, if you squint really hard. Penance. Fuck. Okay, so she needs the E2, right? She needs the E2. Is it worth it or not? That's the question. Is the E2 worth it, or is... It's not Madrock tier. She's not Madrock tier. I'll tell you that much. For a new player, she's not Madrock. I'll tell you that much. I think it's in the same camp as Thorns. I think it's in the same camp as Thorns. Like, once you E2 her, she's good, but there's so much better you could spend those materials on, you know? There's fucking Saria, there's Shu, there's Hoshiguma Alter, there's Sancta Mix Apparato, there's Ulpianus, there's Jessica, you know? They're just better you could spend those materials on. Like, once you E2, she's as good as Madrock. Like, once you E2, she's as good as Madrock. The issue is that it's not worth it to E2 her. Lumen. Very good. Lumen is very good, especially because he's a welfare. You can just pick him up from Stultifera Nadis, and you have an amazing medic. Good healing, removes statuses, so that entirely cheeses Chapter 6, and skill 3 is AFK. There's also that, you know, not that we're really counting skill 3 since that's E2. Did I mention the huge range? I mentioned the huge range, right? He's just good. Like, he would be here even without the status removal gimmick, but with the status removal gimmick, he just completely shits on Chapter 6. Completely cheeses Chapter 6. Even hots. Even hot. No. No. The thing with Eben Hot. Okay, so. Eben Hot. He is built in such a way where every component of his kit works together to make sure that he's non-functional. Skill 2, in particular, has so much shit wrong with it. Let me bring up Ebenhot again, for the second time this stream. Skill 2, way too long SP cost. The mines trigger on the enemies. Oh, okay, skill 2, okay? Way too long SP costs. The mines trigger on weak enemies and get wasted. If he's attacking, this skill just makes one mine every 14 seconds. The mines pull for some reason, which can really fuck you up. It can displace enemies in a way that you're not planning for. It's an auto skill, meaning it's just gonna waste stacks. It's insane. Then you have skill 1, which is just what the fuck this is, fucking Pinor skill. Here's my Pinor, and he attacks the enemies. What is he doing? What does he even do? You know? Like, whatever the fuck skill 1 is, bro. Let's go back here. Yeah, he's not good. He's really not good. Dorothy. She's pretty alright for new players. She's pretty alright. Not just because her mines, you just kinda slap them down and they deal damage, but also because she's pretty good as like an arts DPS herself. Like herself, if you just put her down to hit enemies, even if you don't use her traps, she's pretty alright. Again, this is the arts privilege for new player content, where arts is just a lot better, generally. But then you add the mines, you add the crowd control. She's good. She's good. Yeah, good pseudo-sniper. It's like AK skill 1. It's like AK skill 1 if it was good. Counter-argument, Wang exists. Counter-argument, we're only going up to Silver Ash. We're only going up to Silver Ash. Also, even with Wang existing, you don't need to E2. So it's not like Thorns, it's not like Penance, where it's not worth it because you can just borrow Wang. Because you can keep her at E1, you know? And she's pretty good. Winner. Fuck, for new players, winner. I'm gonna put him in future investment. I'm gonna put winner in future investment. Or E2 worth it. Or E2 worth it. I'm torn between E2 worth it and future investment. Because, like, skill 1 and skill 2, they're just not good. That's the thing, skill 1 and skill 2, plus the fact he's a liberator, he doesn't block, he doesn't attack. That's not good. That's really not good for a new player. Fine, E2 worth it. E2 worth it, fine. He aura farms. Until the E2, you're gonna have him aura farming on the stage. Stainless, bad for new players. I think Stainless is too complicated. That's the thing with Stainless. He's too complicated for new players. I don't think a new player is gonna be able to use him correctly. He's fucking hot, though. That's true. He's fucking hot, though. Yeah, you need a high IQ to understand Stainless, and I fear that new players won't have it. I saw his summer skin. Yeah, he's hot. Unectes! Yucky. Okay, so, you know how the thing with Skadi, right, is that she's just a 6-star Melantha, and so it's not worth it to spend the materials when you could use Melantha? Imagine that, but like 10 times worse. Imagine if the 6-star Melantha could not make SP and costed like triple the DP. Her S3 is incredibly strong. That's the thing though. Would you tell a new player to E2 Unectes? Like, would you sincerely go up to a new player and be like, yeah bro, you should spend the materials to E2 Unectes, you know? And then once you E2 her and then you progress through the game, you get better operators, so she falls off as well. You know? Not even E2, she needs E2 and she needs the module. They need those for bosses? I mean, are you sure they need buffers for bosses? Like, are you sure when they could have Lemwen, or Hoshiguma Alter, or Pramanix Alter, or Eblana, or Exia, or Pepe, or Lapland, or Rei? Are you sure they need buffers? They are not E2 yet. Well, yeah, but Hoshiguma has E2. No, Hoshiguma has a skill 2. Hoshiguma has a skill 2. Lemwen has a skill 2. That's her boss killing skill. Like Lemwen, her boss killing skill, that's a skill 2. Exia, skill 2, is her boss killing skill. Okay, Monster, that's fair. Eblana could still put in some work. Pepe could still put in some work. Ulpianus could definitely boss kill at E1. Could definitely boss kill at E1. Zuole could definitely boss kill at E1. I don't think you need the buffers if you have the right operators. If you have the right operators. Okay, so Flametail. I apologize for this, Pedraku. Pretty alright, massive fall off. It's kind of... Actually... Flametail is better than Saga. That's the thing. You know, I'm gonna put both in Massive Fall of later. There you go. I'm gonna put both Saga and Flametail in Massive Fall of later. Flametail is better than Saga. Like, a little bit better than Saga. So, if Flametail falls off later, then Saga also very much does. The thing with Flametail is that... she's a pretty okay dodge tank, she's a pretty okay DPS. The thing is, skill 2 is tragic. Like, let me pull up Flametail skill 2. This shit is tragic. 40 SP cost to make 13 DP and deal damage, like, one time. Twice. And stun. It's a Texas, but trash. It's a Texas skill 2, but trash. Oh, like 40 SP. Dude. Dude. Actually, yeah, wait. She doesn't have access to skill 3. This is like for a new player thing. She doesn't have access to skill 3. Okay, I'm gonna put her back here. I'm gonna go needs E2, not worth it. Because Flametail, before skill 3, she has nothing. Saga has skill 2 at least, which is at E1. Flametail needs the E2 to be like any decent. Skill 2 is... we don't talk about skill 2. Skill 1 barely does anything. Yeah, she's just not worth it at E0 and E1, bro. Blemishine. Pretty alright. She's alright. She deals damage, she heals, she tanks. It's not Saria. It's not just a place down and forget. She's okay. She's pretty alright, I would say. It's nothing special, it's nothing crazy. Well, I think we all know where this is going. I think we all know where this is going. Well, you know what? I'm gonna make a new team. There you go. Just reroll. If you get Carnelian your first 6 star, just reroll. Just reroll the fucking account, bro. It's not worth it. Start over, man. It's not worth it, bro. Oh my god. No, I wouldn't put a Skadi in there. The thing with Carnelian is that she is the only operator in the game, beside the Windscoot, the only operator in the game that sincerely does nothing. When she charges her skills, she has no utility, she does nothing. It's not like Muinar, who has, you know, the aggro tank going for him. It's not like Angelina, who has the passive global healing. It's not even like Mint, who at the very least gives a tiny defense buff in the 4 adjacent tiles. Carnelian truly is the only operator in the game that does nothing. As a new player, you would sincerely rather slot in Steward, because at least Steward is always attacking, always doing something. Yeah, it's painful because her design is great, her personality is great. Man, what a wombo combo! Fucking Carnelian straight into Vigil. Oh my fucking god. Wait, Vigil. He's mediocre. He's mediocre for a new player. You put him down, he makes some DP with a skill 2, he lane holds someone somewhat decently, that's about it, right? You put him down, and he does some things, you know, he's not awfully terrible, and then later on, when you build him, he's not that bad, you know, nowadays Vigil is not even that bad anymore these days. So it's not even a fall-off, it's not even the massive fall-off here. So anyway, now it's Fartooth. Fucking Carnelian into Vigil into Fartooth. Holy shit, dude. Fartooth is just a bad unit. Fartooth is really, really bad. The thing with Fartooth is that this Fartooth here won't even have a skill tree. You can make some cope argument for skill tree, but the vast majority of the maps in the game don't even have a functioning tile for it. But this Fartooth is gonna have Swift Strike Gamma and that dog shit fucking skill 2. The problem with skill 2 is that it doesn't buff her attack. So what happens is, yeah, she's shooting faster, she has a pseudo global range, but she's gonna get walled, most likely. Not just that, if she doesn't get walled, you'd much rather use Exia, you'd much rather use Irene, you'd much rather use Vigil, you'd much rather use Dorothy, you know? Maybe she was designed with buffers in mind, maybe that's true, she was designed with buffers in mind, but you have to wonder, is it worth adding buffers to the squad to buff Fartooth? Is that a good use of the squad slots? Mizuki. Future investment, Mizuki. Because he gets way better with the E2, he gets way better with skill 1 M3, he gets way better in IS, he's extremely good in IS. But in the early game, he's just gonna be kind of above average physical DPS. AoE physical damage, kind of above average. Ash. I'm gonna put her in fall off. Because unlike Exia, she falls off. She really needs the stun, which, you know, early game, amazing. You can stun everyone in the early game. She has an AFK skill, which is okay, you know, for the start. But the more you progress, the more she just doesn't hold up. You can't even get her! The fucking support system exists! Why does half of the chat constantly forget that the support system exists? If I wanted to, I could go to fucking a Discord server and be like, hey, does anyone have Ash? Can I add you in my fucking friend list? You know? Who puts freaking Ash in the support? That's true, though. Okay, that's true. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Who the fuck is putting Ash in the support? Passenger. Future investment. Why? His reclamation algorithm module is really good. And we have reclamation algorithm 3 coming up. We have Reclamation Algorithm 3 coming up, and he's really, really good in there. He's also really good in IS. If you find the correct relics, he can be really good in IS. Unfortunately, he's kind of ass for a new player. He costs a lot, he has pretty low damage, and he's AoE is kinda finicky. Like, you'd much rather have Eya with just the splash damage rather than the chain. Gladia. Pretty alright. For a new player, she's pretty alright. Like, for a new player, you put her down with skill 2 as like a pseudo lane holder. She's okay. She's alright. Then you continue the game, and she becomes the Ulpianus state-mandated wife. And that's really good. She's basically a free guard. She's basically a free guard light. Given, yeah, you can get a Spectre for free as well, but you could put Gladia behind the Spectre, you know? You can put Gladia behind another unit. That's valuable. Early game, you can put a Defender and Gladia behind them to deal damage. Silich. She is very good. Like, Silich for new players is really good, because her best skill is skill 1. Like, you roll her at E0, and she's already her best skill, doing her best work. Then skill 2, skill 3, complete noob trap, but beside that, she's a flag bearer. That's all I have to say. She's a flag bearer. Yeah, no, just the fact that she's a flag bearer makes her very good. Would you use her over Myrtle? Yeah, she makes more DP. Like, straight up, Silich makes more DP than Myrtle. She's not a worse Myrtle, she's a more expensive Myrtle. No, Silich doesn't even fall off. Like, the thing with Silich, it's that you never have a reason to use her. You never have a reason to use her. What's the fucking word? What's the fucking word? Instead, there you go. Instead of Elysium. That's the thing. But, like, she's a flag bearer. Like, even if you have other flag bearers, even if you have Myrtle, right? Let's account for Myrtle and say that you have Myrtle. Okay, then use both. Use 2 flag bearers to make 5 million DP. You know, having Myrtle does not make her worse for a new player. Given, if you had the choice, right, if you had the choice between Myrtle and Silich, you should build Myrtle first. Myrtle should come first. But if you also build Silich, she's a flag bearer. Why not use 4 with 1 Ching? That's already too much, right? You're using 4 squad slots to make DP. What the fuck are you making the DP for? That's assuming you also have Bagpipe, so that's 5 squad slots just to make DP. What the fuck are you running? Are you running Madrock, Penance, Ling, Raidian with all the fucking DP cost? Pallas. Mediocre. Pallas is mediocre at the start, she's just an okay lane holder with okay damage. Then you continue playing the game and she stays mediocre. She doesn't even have a fall off. She doesn't fall off, that's the thing. She starts mediocre, you continue, and she stays mediocre. Chongye. I need to read what the fuck is skill 1 and skill 2 though. I know skill 3 is great. Are you gonna load anytime soon? Okay. Power strike, but and you can conserve the charges. That's okay. That's all right. Removes levitate from all enemies will levitate. I'll give this a new one. I mean, he seems okay. He seems pretty alright, honestly. I'm gonna put him in pretty alright, you know? I'm not even gonna say he needs the E2. Because skill 2, skill 1, they seem pretty alright. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna... Am I back? Have I returned? Did the massive lag spike go away? Thank God I'm recording this as well, and I'm not just gonna download the VOD. Thank God. Lean. I'm gonna put her in alright, because she has a skill 1. In case you guys don't know, skill 1 just makes her attack. It turns her into a normal caster. So you don't have to deal with the Angelina gimmick, the Muinar gimmick, the God forbid Carnelian gimmick. You can just put her down, activate a skill 1, and now she's dealing damage. AoE damage in a pretty good range. She's pretty alright. Oh no, now the chat is so far behind. The chat is so far behind now. It's like a full 10 seconds behind. Chubai. She's also alright. I think she lane holds, she deals some damage, she can hit drones, which is relevant in the early game. She does need supports for a full potential, but isn't that just skill 3? Like, skill 1, it's perfectly fine. You're gonna run her with skill 1, it's gonna be pretty good. You can put her, like, behind the defender, you know? You can put her behind the defender, you can put her behind the Gummy with skill 1, and that's the game. Yato Alter, also new player cinema pick, for the same reason as Texas. Same reasons as Texas. It's because you can just put her down as a panic button, as extra DPS, as whatever the fuck you want. You don't have to worry about her deployment time. The only issue would be the DP, but you have an abundance of those with any decent Vanguard, including Myrtle from the starter pack. Not just that, in theory, Yato is better than Texas. During skill 2, she's immune to abnormal statuses. During skill 3, she has full iframes. This is just a delete button. Same thing as Texas. They're just delete buttons, so you can prop down at any time for whatever reason. Ines, she's also cinema. New player cinema. Ines really does everything you'd want a ground unit to do. It makes a bunch of DP, her best skill is skill 2. She binds, though I think that's E2, right? That's the E2 talent that makes her bind. She removes invisibility, she deals some very solid damage, you know? Her damage is nothing to scoff at either. As a new player, this is everything you want out of a ground unit, except maybe the self-sustain. If there's anything I would, knock her down a peg for, is the lack of self-sustain. But she has so much other shit, including the invisibility, so she doesn't get hit in the first place. And like Chubai, you can put her behind someone. You can put her behind a defender. She's an amazing unit. Heyak. Heyak. She's not even good for new players. Like, I was considering that maybe because she's a caster, she gets the arts damage benefit, like how Angelina, like how Gnosis and Kyobi got it. But no, because her skill 1 is dreadfully bad, her skill 2 is a copy of Amiya's skill 2, of all fucking things, they copied Amiya's skill 2. And the skill 3, even if you go out of your way to E2 her, it's really not that good. Like, literally, Amiya would be better. Literally, just use Amiya. Muelsi's future investment. I'm gonna put Muelsi's in future investment. She gets better with your account. If you don't have very many good units to feed the Mu, then she's gonna be ass. I fear, especially very early on, Muelsi's is gonna be a turbo ass, But the more you progress, the more she begins to shine, the more she begins to enter her own, you know? So I'm gonna put her in future investment. Silence Alter, as in general. The thing with Silence Alter is that you'd use her as a healer. For a new player, it's not very comfortable that your healer doesn't fucking heal half the time, and the other half, and in that half of the time, she deals very poor damage. Plus, her skills just aren't that impressive. What about invisibility? That's a skill 3. That's a skill 3, plus people like Hoshiguma, people like Pramanix, people like Sakiko already have built-in invincibility. That's the thing, you don't need Silence Alter to give invincibility when the modern 6 stars already have invincibility baked into their kit. You know? She's just not very impressive. Executor, he's alright. Yeah. He's an enmity. That's the thing, he's an enmity, so that could be a problem for new players, that he can't be healed. I can imagine a new player just slapping him down and he dies. But as a Reaper, that's very good. Like, the early game has a lot of AoE checks. That's why Eya is so high up. And Federico over here, Mr. FedEx, same day delivery, he's very good for that. He's going to wipe clean crowds like it's nothing. Wipe clean the dog enemies like it's nothing. He does really benefit from the E2 though. He does really benefit from E2. He does really benefit from Mod 3. Though I'm not sure how worth it that actually is. Typhon. She's also pretty alright. Unlike Rosa, Typhon has a very newbie-friendly skill too. That's the thing that differentiates her from Rosa, because they have the finicky range, they have the weird targeting priority, but Typhon is so much easier to use. You put her down, you activate her skill twice, and that's it. That's the stage done, basically. She has such a wide, far-reaching range that if you put her in a good spot, that usually solves the stage. Ah. I buy Viewman. Eya Alter. Another absolute cinema. Both Eyas are just incredible for new players. Eya Alter. Huge, massive fuck-off range. Her best skill is skill 1, so out of the box at E0 you have her best skill. She removes elemental damage, which, you know, early game, that's gonna be completely irrelevant. Like, for early game, like chapter 6, Lumen is gonna be more relevant with the status removal for freeze and cold. But Eya just heals so much, she has such a huge range, she targets 2 units, and you have her best skill right out the gate. So I would say the other Eya is also incredibly good. And while we're at it, fucking put Ardelia in here as well, why not? Zwire Alter. Complete ass for new players. Same thing as Leah. Merchants are just incredibly unfriendly. You have to watch the DP, you have to keep them on the field. Like, if you accidentally deploy an operator and the merchant can't take DP, they just retreat. They just dip the fuck out of the stage. You have no idea how many times I was using like a Jaya, I deploy someone, and that fucker just dips, goes away. Jessica Alter. Very good for new players. Do we agree on that? We just spent like the entire first half of the stream just glazing the fuck out of Jessica Alter. The thing with Jessica is that she is extremely versatile. Jessica, she has the shield to take aggro and to change her direction. She has skill 1 to be a tank. She has skill 2 to be a DPS. And also hit air. Again, I'm gonna remind you, hitting drones in the early game is very relevant. So, very great unit all around to have as your first 6-star. She's going to fill a lot of roles for you. Yeah, also teaches you how summons work, sure, why the fuck not, let's add that. Arturia, elemental damage, we're introducing elemental damage. What do we think about elemental damage as a new player? We're gonna be using Arturia with a skill 1. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Simply because she has true damage. She basically has true damage. You're gonna be using her with skill 1. It's almost like Aya. Same reasoning as Golden Glow. It's almost Aya. Because you put her down with a skill 1, she procs Necrosis, and then that enemy just dies. Because that's true damage. Her only fault is that until E2, she's not AoE. Until you elite to her, she's gonna be a single target. But you know, she's AFK true damage. There is no way that AFK true damage is not good. Are there not as many drones later on? Yeah, after like chapter 8, drones almost disappear from the game. Like dead ass, they almost disappear. They only show up in a couple of events. Lessing. This is not very good. Same reasoning as Skadi. It's just a 6-star Melantha. You should not be spending materials on a 6-star Melantha. There is better things you can spend those materials on. Given, if you do spend those materials, he's pretty okay. You know, like Skadi, he's pretty okay if you spend those materials. You just really shouldn't. And then, as you progress through the game, they also fall off. Who's worse, Lessin or Eben Balls? It's Eben Hots. Way worse. Eben Hots is way worse. Hoderer. Very good. Hoderer has a skill 1, which is insane. Insane lane holding. Insane healing. Skill 2, with the stun, infinite duration, AFK. Just a very good unit to plop down and let him deal with a whole lane for the entire stage. Plus, later on, when you go into IS, he's like the best guard in IS, outside of Sakiko. You know, barring Sakiko, he's the best guard in like IS. You know? Yeah, he's between very good and future investment, but I'm gonna put him in very good. Viviana needs E2, not worth it. Viviana is just 6-star Aesthesia, 6-star Arts Melantha. With the E2 and the module, she actually can do some numbers, she can do some things with the E2 and the module, but until then, it's just not it, and it's not worth it. Until then, Viviana is just not it, and to get there is not worth it. Degen Breaker. I want to say pretty alright. Because keep in mind that she doesn't have a skill tree, right? This is a new player thing, E0, E1, she wouldn't have skill 3. But skill 1 is incredibly good. It's Power Strike, except that it's AoE in a 3x3 around her, so she has the AoE. And the skill 2 is basically just a diet version of skill 3. Why not E2? You're right. It needs E2, but it's worth it. Actually, no, it's not no, it's because she doesn't need the E2. This is for units that need the E2. The Genbreaker is alright even without the E2. That's why she's in this tier, and not this tier. Rei needs the E2, worth it. Rei very, very much needs the E2. She's kinda garbo. She's kinda garbo at E0 and E1. But once you E2 her, she has higher single target damage than Wishadel. Once you actually go out of your way to E2 her, to this day, she still has higher single target damage than Wishadel. So it's very much worth it to get there. She's going to eat any boss that you put in front of her once you E2 her. Zuole. Very good. I think Zuole is in the same situation as Hoderer. He's just a really great lane holder with really great self-sustain. The barrier, you know, early game enemies are not gonna get through the barrier. That's the thing. You keep spamming skill 2, they're not gonna get through it. So he is very much the same as Hoderer, just a really good, really solid, really reliable lane holder. Though he's not AFK. That's the thing. He's not AFK. He doesn't need the E2 though. Like, skill 2 is great. Like, to this day, I still use Zuole skill 2 more than I use his skill 3. Skill 3 is for, like, CC or something. Like, you would use Zuole skill 3 for very hard stages. Otherwise, he does not need the E2 at all. Oh yeah, Mod X, yeah, he... You know, once you continue playing the game, he really wants Mod X to, like, function as a unit. But until then, for casual baby mode, toddler content, chapter 3, he's perfectly fine. Suba, how are you? Tired. I'm glad this is almost over. Oh my god. Shu. New player cinema pick. Absolute cinema, Shu. She is so good. She's Saria, but better at everything. Imagine Saria if every aspect of Saria was superior. Except the SP. Until you get the Sui. Then the SP also becomes better. But, you know, as a new player, you're not gonna have the fucking full Sui package unless you join during the Wang banner and get extremely lucky. Just incredible tank, incredible healing, she has HP regen passively as well. Just an insane unit, nothing is getting through her. Even Elite Mob from chapter 7-8 can kill Zuole. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, sincerely, what the fuck are you talking about? Sincerely, is your Zuole like a E0 level 5? Ela. Also incredible for new players. I'm not sure if it's cinema or very good. I'm torn between cinema and very good, because Ela skill 2 is really great. Like, you don't have access to the mine. You don't have access to the mines, so that's, you know, that's not super good, but she's still like an amazing unit. Just a very solid, like Exia, it's a very solid damage option. You do want the E2 though, you don't get her full potential until the E2, so you know what needs E2, no, yeah, you don't get her full potential until the E2, but until then she's still viable. She's still pretty good, even without the Grismod mines and all the silly shit she can do with her module. Ascalon. Absolute cinema pick. Ascalon is going to hard carry. Skill 1, skill 2, insane. Insane. Literally, what more could you ask for? She's not gonna get targeted by pretty much anything. Enemies can't block her, so she's safe from melee enemies. Ranged enemies are not gonna target her because ambushers have minus taunt. She deals DOT, she slows, she deals a bunch of damage. With the slow, she helps out your entire team. Just a really amazing unit overall. She bullied Manfred, the most relatable operator. She also slows down drones? Is that true? Like, if the drones enter her skill 2 range, they get slowed down? Well, if that's the case, then yeah, very, very, very good unit. Logos. Logusi. I'm torn between cinema and very good, because of skill 1. Skill 1 is an amazing arts AFK option. I'm not sure if for new players it's better than Aya skill 2 though. Yeah, you know what, sure, because it has the instant perish after a certain threshold, it has the slow, it has the bounce, it deals just a ton of damage in general, it deals arts damage. Yeah, he's very good. Just be mindful of the RNG. He has RNG which can mess up your autos. That's the one thing to watch out for. Civilite Eterna. Well, you literally can't obtain her as a new player, so there. You literally can't own her as a new player. So, you know. You should put Rainbow Six people in there too? No, because there's the... Oh my god, dude. There's the support system. Given you could use the support system for Civilite as well, right? But let's say in the future, 10 million years from now, they rerun R6X. They rerun R6S. You could have Ashe in that case. You could have Ella in that case. They do a third R6X collab, which means Ashe and Ella rerun. You know? Meanwhile, CE, you literally can't get her until chapter 14. Wishadel. Do I need to explain Wishadel? Do I? The thing with Wishadel, she's literally a delete button. She was made for new players. She is very much intended for the casuals. She is almost an accessibility option due to how strong she is in casual content. It's insane. Out of every operator in this list, this is the best one. As a new player, this is the best one. As a new player. Ulpianus. Very good. I'm not sure about new players in my pick, because new players will have to get used to the fact that he has 0 defense, and he just dies to like dogs, you know? If like a dog comes over, he just gets mauled to death. But he's really good with a skill 1 for some damage, with a skill 2 to lane hold and tank and do your fucking taxes. He can do whatever you want on skill 2. Would you recommend saving 300 for Start Alter plus Wishadel or Wang plus Shuyu? Depends. If you have in S, then go for Wang. If you don't have a good Vanguard, then go for Steve Alter. Don't get Wishada though. Don't get Wishada though, because Wang is just better, right? Just roll until you get Silver Shelter, and then try to get Wang. Nymph. She's alright. She's a kind of a shitty Aya. Like, for new players, for early game, she's kind of a shitty Aya. That's what I think. You have to activate her manually, and she has to proc the Necrosis. You know? She doesn't have Rest Shred. She's not a new player operator. You know, she gets better. She gets better. She has a glow up later as you keep playing with skill 2. But she's not a new player operator. Nara. Very good, because of skill 1. Just because of skill 1. You can set her down, she has her dodge, and she really just shreds anything that comes close to her on skill 1. Completely AFK, completely relaxed, deals good damage, has good survivability. You put her down and you kinda forget about her. Plus, she hits behind her. That's something that you don't see very often. Operators that are able to hit behind them. She can do that, and it comes up often. It's something that makes her way more comfortable. I'm not sure about cinema. You know? She's not Ines, she's not Wishadel, she's not Logos, you know? She's not fucking Aya skill 2. She isn't Blaze either. That's fair. That's fair, she's not Blaze either. She's kind of a physical Aya. Let me reread the skill 1. Let me reread the skill 1 to have an informed opinion. Okay, let's assume like a skill level 3. So 10, attack range -1, boom, projectiles, damage immediate bounce. Okay, you know what? Because of the bounce, I think the bounce is what pushes her. I think the bounce is what pushes her up with Aya and the like. Pepe! She's okay. Like, she deals damage, and that's it. You put her down, and she deals damage in a 2x3 to a lot of enemies, which is kinda cool, I suppose, you know? She does a thing. It's not quite mediocre, but you know, it's okay. Marcil. You know, let's ignore the question of how a new player is gonna get Marcil, okay? Let's ignore that question. As a new player, Marcil skill 2 is fucking insane. As a beginner, Marcil skill 2 is fucking insane. Maybe pretty alright massive fall off. Maybe that's where I'm gonna put her, maybe. Because the more you play, the less good she is. But for the early game, having that fucking skill 2, infinite with some little stun, the AoE arts damage, that's extremely good. You know, just be mindful that it's gonna fall off later. Marcil is 2 better than Aya skill 2 in what fucking universe? Pardon? In what fucking universe is Aya skill 2 worse than Marcil skill 2? Do you not know that Aya has Res Shred? Like, just because Aya has Res Shred, that makes it way better. Crown Slayer, I'm not even gonna try to cope, she's ass for new players. I'm not even gonna cope, you need that module, you need the module Y, bro. You need that fucking module Y so bad. Before that, she's basically useless. Before the module Y, she's basically useless. I'm not even gonna try to cope. Vina. She's mediocre. Keep in mind that she doesn't have skill 3. This Vina wouldn't have a skill 3. So you have skill 1, which is extremely slow. You have skill 2, which is... it exists, it deals some okay arts damage. And that's it. Like... Even if you had the E2, she's really not all that compared to, like, a Monster, for example. Vulpes Foglia. I'm torn between very good and pretty alright for new players. Actually, wait, no, she doesn't have skill 3. Wait, she doesn't have skill 3. She doesn't have a skill 3, hold on. Vulpes Foglia, without the E2, has... her 1 DP skill, and has her skill 2, which is genuinely atrocious, so I'm gonna put her in mediocre. Because she still works, right? Actually, no, needs E2, not worth it, probably. Probably needs E2, not worth it. Right, because you should spend those materials on, like, Myrtle. You should spend those materials on Silage. You should spend those materials on Ines. You know? RS1 carried me so much. Fine, I'll put her in mediocre. If you guys vouch that skill 1 can be good in the early game, I'll put her in mediocre. Okay, so now I'm having people say that the skill 1 is ass. Okay, fine. Needs E2, fine. I'll go to the bathroom real quick. I'll go back to the bathroom real quick. Before I just fucking piss myself here. Yeah, you guys can hear the fucking Italian ASMR, yeah. While I was gone, my fucking room has been infiltrated. Alright. Let's continue. Lapland. Keep in mind, this is Lapland without a skill 3. This is Lapland without a skill 3. I'm gonna say needs E2 worth it. Because Lapland with a skill 1, with a skill 2, it's really not all that. It's really not all that. It's still good, it's still pretty okay, but it's really not all that. She really wants that skill 3 global damage skill. She's not like Golden Glow where she has a skill 2 to fall back on. Lapland's skill 2 is just alright, you know? The damage is somewhat mid. You really want the E2, but it's worth it. It's way worth it. What about the pair with you? We're not gonna assume pairs. This is just like in a vacuum, the operator. Thorns Alter. I want to put him in alright, because his best skill is skill 2. You just toss out the alchemy units, it heals, it deals a bunch of damage in those very wide... Oh my god, you toss out the alchemy unit, it deals a bunch of damage in a very wide range, and heals. The thing is, it's kinda slow. It's kinda slow, the Glarp Shitos. You know, you throw out the Glarp Shitos, it's kinda slow. Let me bring up the SP costs on it. Because you guys are used to like S2, M3 forms. But really, these guys are gonna have an SP cost of like 30. The SP cost is gonna be like fucking 30 to toss out one alchemical unit. You know? Or like 24 if you max it out. If you max it out, it goes up to 24, which is still a lot, by the way. 24 is still a lot for this. It starts when you toss it. Okay, that's true. That's true, right? That starting from the first one, it's an SP cost of 14. That's not super good, still. The Glarp Shito economy is unfortunately in shambles. You is kind of a tricky one. I think I can put him in very good, actually. Because he tanks, and with a skill 2, that's just a nuke. Right, in early game especially, if you activate a skill 2, that shit is just a nuke. He's gonna TP every enemy to him, fucking Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, get over here, and just vaporize them instantly. It's not really gonna work on bosses, right? You're not going to vaporize Frostnova just yet. But having elemental damage this early is amazing. It's really great to have this option so early. It's kind of the same as Arturia. Entelekia. I'll put her with FedEx, I'll put her with Executor Alter, for the same reasons. Having a Reaper is very good in the early game, because of the damage, because of the true AoE. Just the fact she's an enmity could trip over some new players. Yeah, she's FedEx, but with a very good... okay, then, you know, let's... I'm not sure if we put her in very good. You know what? Sure, let's put her in very good, because even if skill 2 you don't use her properly, she still makes a tornado around herself. So even if you're a chud that doesn't know how to use skill 2 properly, she still makes a tornado around herself. Which is very good. That's a very good effect to have. Eblana. She's not very good for new players, is she? She's not very good for new players, is she? Skill 1 is kind of an arts nuke, which is not all that. Skill 2? What the fuck does a skill 2 even do? Like, genuinely. I know what the skill 1 does, what skill 3 does. Oh, wait, I need to type Necras. Forgive me. Oh, it's the sleep skill. It's the sleep skill. Puts 2 enemies to sleep and kills them. That's very much not worth it. Wow. That's completely not worth it to ever do. Wow. That's terrible. Monster needs E2 worth it. What do we think about needs E2 worth it? Even without the E2, she's an incredibly good unit. She's an incredibly good healer, and she has some nice buffs, which, you know, buffs are not really all that, but it's good to have them. Yeah, you know what? Sure, let's put her up in pick because of the healing, because of the burst healing, because she can reach like halfway across the map, and because if you do E2 her, she gets the true damage, and because she buffs. Exia Alter, I think we all know where Exia Alter goes. She's also a very cinema pick because her highest damaging skill is skill 2, you just activate it and everything in her range dies. She's basically the ultimate embodiment of a ranged DPS, even more than Eya. She's better, like if you're looking for a ranged DPS, she's the best. Technically, even better than Wishadel, because she has better skill cycles, but in practice, you're probably gonna like Wishadel more. Plus, she gives barrier, just watch out for the attack speed steal effect, that's the only thing you need to watch out. No, that's the thing, the barrier doesn't make her stupid-proof, because imagine you put down Exia, then you put down another DPS like Ela, you activate a skill 2, and now Ela is not doing shit, you know? Sancta Mixaparato, I would put him with Oshiuma. Just a wall. You're not getting past him. Incredibly good defender. He has synergy with the other Lateran operators if you happen to have Exia, if you happen to have Lemwen, which she's down here. Plus, if you E2 him, he gets a really good skill tree. Like, I was very surprised. When I tried Sancta Mixaparato, I was very surprised from his skill tree. Also, he's free. Yeah, when they rerun Masses Travels, you can just pick him up for free. Lemwen. So let's keep in mind that this is a Lemwen without the orbital cannon. I would put her in very good, because skill 1 is just an AFK option for damage, skill 2 is her boss killing skill, like with skill 2 you're going to shred bosses even more than Rei, is the thing. If you just have even Plume, let me remind you, Plume counts for her talent. So you could have Plume down, have the fucking little icon on the boss, and then kill them with a skill 2. Yeah, straight up, she does not have a bad skill. They're all really good skills. Though I'm pretty sure the global range is an E2 talent. Let me check. That's not the right tab. No, you get the global range from E1. You get the global range from E1, so yeah, Plume counts. You can use Plume and mark the boss, and then just murder it with a skill 2. I don't think she's a cinema pick. She's not Exialter. She is not Exialter, and you need to draft Plume in your team, is the thing. Exialter just works on her own. Here you need to draft Plume. Tragodia. It's Tragodia. Cat on skill 2. Do I need to say anything else about Tragodia? He has the cat on skill 2. He can enemy displace, he can apply paralysis, he can stop certain enemy gimmicks entirely. He can make enemies go around in circles, he can stall, and his cat is basically just a bomb. You put it down, it explodes, it deals arts and elemental damage. It's like you, it's like Arturia if it was cracked out of his mind. Lazy Alter. Very good. I would say she's very good. She avoids the pitfall of Muenar where she needs to be E2, because skill 1 is amazing. Skill 2 is also amazing. Skill 2 arguably is her main DPS skill. So just at E1 you have the full package. Skill 3 is kind of gimmicky anyway. Then the Butt Slam is very short. The Butt Slam on skill 1 is on a very short cooldown, you can just spam it out, and she's untouchable. A lot of the time, she's untouchable by ground enemies, which is a very comfortable thing for new players. Raidian. Very good. Raidian is like is like Ling, except she doesn't even need the E2. Because you can use a skill 2. Skill 2 is a very good lane holding skill. But if you give her the E2, that's even better. Like Raidian, if you get her as a new player, like somehow you go to IS6, you bear the trials that shit puts you through, and you get Raidian somehow, she's gonna carry your ass. No, they can. New players can get Raidian if they're good enough. That's the thing. If you're good enough, you can get Raidian as a new player. Hoshiguma Alter. Very good because of skill 2. Very good because of skill 2. You put her down and she just lane holds an entire lane while being effectively immortal. Same thing as Hoderer. Okay. Same thing as... Okay, Malwarebytes. I really don't need to know this right now, Malwarebytes. I really don't need to know this. Ahem. Same as Hoderer, same as Zwole. She's not quite a cinema, because for her insane pop-off skill, you need the E2. You need the skill 3 for the insane pop-off. Skill 2 is still very, very good. It's in the same boat as Hoderer and Zwole. She's an incredible lane holder while being effectively immortal. I think you have malware. No, that was a fucking 45% off getting me to spend on the pro plan. Haruka. Where the fuck do we put Haruka? Like, sincerely, where the fuck do we put Haruka? Because she's insane. Like, she has the highest healing in the game. She's the best healer, bar none. But she's kind of finicky for a new player, right? Having to wait until she gets her skill up. There's some time that she's not healing. I'm still gonna put her in very good. I don't think it's cinema. Because she doesn't heal all the time. Downtime where she's not healing, that can be a problem. No, that's not Monster situation though. Monster can reach very far, has buffs, and if you E2 her, if you go out your way to E2 her, you also get true damage. That's not the Monster situation. Yeah, I know she has the Sanctuary talent. Oh my god, the fucking stream is dying again. Am I... Oh, the audio. Am I live? Am I still going? Okay. You know what, fine, I'm gonna put her in cinema just because she keeps getting better the more you play. The more you play, she just keeps getting better. Even if it can be a bit awkward at the start when she's not healing. Just watch out for that, I suppose. I didn't slander Vigil, he's in the mediocre tier. Sakiko! Oh my god, Sakiko. Yeah, easy cinema. Sakiko is the best lane holder in the game. She can hit drones. She has heat-seeking missiles that target whoever they're weakest to. She can deal physical damage. She can deal arts damage as well. Just everything. She does everything. Deadass. If you have her as a new player, she's going to trivialize the game. Like, really, you put her down, and that's the stage, basically. And she has even... And she even has defense and Reese... What the fuck am I saying? Reese's puff. What the fuck? She even has defense and res ignore. That's true. Mantra. Mantra. I don't think she's very good for a new player, Mantra. Because skill 1 and skill 2, it's meh. They're very meh. Then she needs the E2, where you need to pair her with other operators. She needs crowds. You know, you guys saw the videos, clip farming mantra, where she annihilates a bunch of enemies in a millisecond. That's because of the bounce on skill 3. If you put her against a single target, her damage falls off a cliff. Silverash Alter. He's just in S but better. He's just in S but better. Let me remind you, Silverash Alter is in S, Bagpipe and Myrtle, all in one unit, along with unique gimmicks of his own. So he combines all the best vanguards in the game and then adds on top of it. He reduces DP costs, generates DP, reveals invisibility, deals damage, can deal damage across the map if you know what you're doing, gives SP to the vanguards. Like, that's insane, that's insane. Maybe too complicated for a newbie? Not really, just put him down with a skill 2 and keep spamming skill 2. That's all you need to do. Spam skill 2 and then just heli drop the enemies, heli drop the operator on top of the enemies. Really gives SP to everyone? I was pretty sure it's just the vanguards, like a bagpipe. No, okay, yeah, it's just everyone gets 4 initial SP. That's so cool, that's so cool. That's so based, wow. Damn, alright. Pramanix Alter. For a new player, I would also argue she's Cinema. Because she's the best AFK caster in the game, she can solo several stages. Like, she can just solo a lot of the stages. You put her down with a skill 2, and that's it. That's the stage. As a new player, honestly, the best arts unit you could wish for. She can even solo, like, Annihilation 2. That's true. If you put her down in Annihilation 2, she can solo it if you build her well enough. Just an insane unit. She doesn't really see much use in, like, endgame, but that doesn't fucking matter when you're so good at everything else, right? And even then, she does see some use in endgame. It's not like Wishadel, where she gets completely walled. Yeah, Pramanix Alter is the best AFK caster in the game. She's like a top 3 casters. Astgen Alter. I don't know what happened with Astgen Alter, bro. I don't know what happened. She does nothing. She doesn't do anything. She's a Suzuran, but immensely shittier. Unironically, the normal Astgen, the 5-star Astgen, would be better. Deadass. If you're using her for the damage, use the 5-star Astgen. Completely deadass. I'm not even joking with that. Then you look at the skill tree, and her fragile is complete dog shit, and she targets 2 enemies. What happened with her? You know what? It's just 4 more. Let's get these done extremely quickly. Just lightning round for these 4. Nasty, as a new player, she's a future investment. You're gonna use her to synergize with other operators in the future. As a new player with skill 1 and skill 2, she's not really gonna do anything for you, but she's a very good future investment. TT is kind of pretty alright. She's just a worse read. She's kind of a worse read, but still really good for new players. Because she can heal and she can deal arts damage. Our incantation medics are just kinda good by default for new players. Wang, fucking insane. Wang is just arts Wishadel. He's Wishadel, but without the one weakness that makes Wishadel somewhat balanced. That being the fact that Wishadel gets stat checked. He just doesn't have that. Also, since we're ranking Wang, actually, no, you know what? Dorothy can stay in pretty alright, just because she's a good pseudo-sniper. She's a good pseudo-sniper, she can stay in pretty alright. Wang is a fucking beast, however. Chen 3, she's okay for new players. Like, until you get the dragon, she's just a damage dealer until you get the dragon. And even then, when you get the dragon, you need like very specific setups. You know, sure, E2 not worth it, sure. Just because I dislike Chen. I don't like Chen. Well, that's it. That's the list. I'm gonna scroll down very slowly. This is the list, the new player 6-star rankings. How long did this take? This took like fucking 3 hours to do, Jesus fucking Christ. That's all. I'm gonna go have dinner now. I'm gonna go have dinner now. Bye bye everybody.